The Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island.
Hi, folks. This is Big Al from Discount Diesel Parts. Interstate McVie is a highly respected manufacturer with over 70 years' experience in the heavy-duty diesel engine parts industry. And as an authorized dealer, we've been serving Western Canada with those high-quality engine parts for highway trucks, farm machinery, heavy equipment, transit, and marine, and at a great price, too. Reach us at discountdiesel.ca and know that Discount Diesel's got the parts to get it done.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
Hop off the dashers and McDavid on a point-blank look. Here's Dredson. Moving it to Bouchard. McDavid cuts left to the net. There's no adequate defense for moves like that.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
3 for 7 all time. Connor McDavid breaks in on UC Soros. Waited until the last possible instant to flick it over the right shoulder.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
This is the first time Colorado and Dallas have lost on the same night this year. One in Minnesota was 3-1. Blue assist. There's Nugent. It's a tap. The 14th of his career.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Saul 579, Thursday, January the 8th, game day for the Edmonton Oilers in Winnipeg to take on the Winnipeg Jets in a day after we lost one of the very best ever, Mr. Goalie, Glenn Hall, something we'll be talking about all morning long for sure. Good morning. Welcome to the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440 on your AM radio dial on your morning drive on a Thursday. So glad that you're with us to share some memories of Mr. Goalie. I just got off the phone with Johnny Busick, Edmontonian, longtime Boston Bruin, but Johnny and Glenn Hall grew up together here as young guys through the ranks with the Edmonton Flyers before they went on to the Detroit Red Wings. And Johnny Busick's going to join us in about a half an hour or so. He was just getting out of the shower in Boston when I called him, and I said, would you like to come on, Johnny, and spend 10 minutes or so to talk about, your longtime friend and teammate? And he said, nope. How about more like a half an hour? So we'll talk to the chief, Johnny Busick, in about a half an hour about the great Glenn Hall, who passed away yesterday at the age of 94. Everyone knows that he's got the record that will never, ever, ever, ever be broken in the NHL with 502 regular season games started consecutively in goal. It won't ever be touched. I got to know Glenn and son Pat and some of the family and wife Pauline over the years, and you'll never find a truer or better gentleman. The one thing that Glenn always said, it was 502 games in the regular season, but to be honest, I'm more prouder of the 551 regular season and postseason games. And if you go back before the times that he got to Detroit, by Glenn's calculation, and it was never really official because they didn't keep tabs on it back then, he was even prouder of what he felt it would be well over 1,000 consecutive games that he started in goal when you go back to the Edmonton Flyers. And, he was in Indianapolis a little bit before in the American Hockey League before he came to the Flyers, and then moved on to Detroit, and then eventually traded to the Chicago Blackhawks. But again, it is going to be a record that will never, ever be touched. When he started that record, it was October 6, 1955, and it went right through to November the 4th of 1962. Absolutely amazing, and it'll never, ever be broken. He won the Calder Trophy for the top rookie in Detroit. He won 3 Vezina trophies. He won the Conn Smythe in 68 when he was with the St. Louis Blues. Also, of course, won the 61 Stanley Cup with the Chicago Blackhawks, and inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame, 406 wins. Again, I was so lucky to be invited out to Glenn and Pauline's place in Stony Plain, just on an acreage outside. Well, it was about a quarter section, and they bought that place. Oh man, in the mid '60s. But so cool to be out there and to see all of Glenn's memorabilia on several occasions, all over the house and in the basement. And at the time, I was working for Global, and I did a few stories on him. At the time, what he was doing was he had kind of like masking tape all over the basement, and he had they had Stanley. He had the Stanley Cup replica. He would have his Vezina replicas. He had all kinds of stuff, whether it be sticks and pucks and just crazy amount of pictures. But what he would write down, because the 4 kids, Pat, Leslie, Tammy, and Lindsay, he would write down 1, 2, 3, 4, and those kids would come, and say, okay, well, this is how it's going to be kind of laid out to all the kids. 9 grandkids, and then 7 great grandkids. And I was so fortunate to spend some time. Again, this is a couple of years ago now. It's at the rink that's named after him in Stony, and we watched Glenn's great grandson Nolan play a game. Sat in the arena that was named after him for the entirety of the game, and Pat and some of the other family was there, and we ended up doing a kind of a neat little story. There's a documentary that was just released called Mr. Goalie, and it's produced, directed by Ryan McInerney. And I actually was in correspondence with him last night. I was also in correspondence with Pat, his son, last night, and just wishing him and the family all the very best. Glenn was a little ill here in the last little while, but even just texting with Pat, said he's fighting till the end for sure. The Mr. Goalie documentary was supposed to be premiered here in Edmonton at the Edmonton International Film Festival last year, and for some reason, I think maybe it came in late as a nomination or whatever. It ended up to be premiered in Windsor, Ontario. So that'll be a documentary that comes out, that you'll be able to see on streaming services, and it'll, talk about the great life of Glenn Hall. Text from Tiger just in. Hi, Kevin. I grew up in Stony Plain with Lindsay Hall, son. He was also said his dad would throw a ball perfectly. He was so coordinated. Thinking of the kids today. Thanks for that, Tiger. And Glenn is in one of the most famous pictures that's ever been taken in not just the NHL, but all in sports history. And that was in 1970 when the St. Louis Blues were playing the Boston Bruins in the Stanley Cup final. Derek Sanderson sent the puck out in front of the net, and there's Bobby Orr scoring the game-winning goal in overtime to give the Bruins their first cup in decades. But at the time, there was a defenseman for St. Louis named Noel Picard who tripped Bobby Orr, and he went flying through the air. I'm sure many of you have all seen that picture. It's a phenomenal timing for a picture. But Glenn's line on that was, he had 2 lines. You'd think it was the only goal that Bobby ever scored. And then the other one was, Glenn, in his words, said, I had left the ice, had a shower, and had vacated the rink by the time Bobby reached the ice. That's how much he was soaring through the air. So we'll remember Glenn over the course of the morning. Again, just a fabulous gentleman. So cool to talk to. I actually got an email last night, too, from Greg Pilling, a longtime listener, friend, buddy, the whole bit. And here's Pill's email. Just got word that Glenn passed away. Very classy, laid-back gentleman who will be missed. I remember he had the kids totally in the palm of his hand when he was instructing at the hockey school that I ran here in Edmonton in the late 80s and the 90s. Then he did the same with the instructors as we sat for about 90 minutes while he reminisced in the coach's room at the end of the day. Good stuff from Pill. And then the one thing that he ended up doing after is he got into coaching, and he ended up coaching the Calgary Flames as a goaltending consultant and was on the Flames team when they won the Stanley Cup in 1989. So Glenn Hall, 94 years old, passed away. Fabulous career, fabulous storyteller, and just a guy that you'd want to sit around the table, have a beer with, and discuss things. So again, Johnny Busick will be with us coming up about 7:30, 7:40, somewhere in that area. Oilers in action tonight, as mentioned, against the Jets in Winnipeg. Winnipeg 0-6-4 their last 10. They just can't buy a victory. You think it's going to end sometime. You just hope it's not tonight. For some reason, the Jets special teams stink. They're 18.8 on the power play. They're 77.4 in the PK. That third line that they had last year, centered by Adam Lowry with Appletree and Niederreiter, has just been such a detriment to this team this year. That was the best third line in the league. Now they got one line going. That's it. We'll talk to Dan Robertson, the Jets play-by-play man, coming up at 7:20. Connor McDavid's got that 16-game point scoring streak, 17 goals, 22 assists. Incredible. Cal Pickard was in goal the last time that the Oilers and Jets played. It was on December 29th, just before Christmas. Oilers won that game 3-1 only because of Cal Pickard. 41 saves for sure. Hey, let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Thursday morning. Good morning, Duke. I kind of rambled on about a guy that I got to know quite well, and Glenn Hall, and it's cool that Johnny Busick's going to come on here in about a half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's very cool, and obviously, I mean, like Glenn Hall predates me by a lot, but like you hear people talk about him, and the records, the accolades, the accomplishments speak for themselves, and he's someone that you've always spoken so very highly of, and the chances you've got to meet him and interact with him over the years. Very clearly mean a lot to you. So thinking of the Hall family and all those that were close to him, what a life lived, what a career, what a person, what a man, and excited to hear, a longtime friend and teammate Johnny chat about him here coming up later this hour.
Well, again, the two of them, Johnny would be, I think, 3 years younger than Glenn. I might be off by a year. But when they came up together and Glenn was from Humboldt, Saskatchewan.
Yes.
He's an Edmonton guy. When they came up together, they started playing, for the Edmonton Flyers back in the 53 season, I believe it was, or could be 54, 55. I might be off by a little bit, but the two of them, they were part of that team. Those teams were like incredible back in the day. Like, I mean, absolutely incredible. They had Bronco Horvath. They had Normie Ullman. Larry Zeidel was as tough a defenseman back in the day that ever played. And then they had Glenn Hall in net, but they had Vic Stasiak was another guy. They had so many guys that came through here. It'll be exciting to talk about that with Johnny. And Johnny was on before. We'll have to ask him if he's got any of those 10% beers left that were on. Remember, that was
right.
That was one of the reasons we talked to Johnny, and he was like, we can't keep them on the shelves, he said.
Yeah.
All the Boston people were saying, well, 8-9% beer, whatever it is, we're gonna grab them. Oh man. Text 833-401-1440. If you want to talk Oilers, want to talk Glenn Hall, get him in and we'll get him on. As mentioned, we'll start things off discussing the Oilers and where they are going into Winnipeg tonight. Dan Robertson, Jets play-by-play man, will be with us coming up right after the break at 7:20. As usual, Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli, 8 o'clock and 8:20 respectively, our double-barrel hockey insiders. Lots to talk about with Frank. And really right now, Macklin Celebrini had 3 more points last night. San Jose won in overtime in L.A. Macklin Celebrini, if you're voting for the Hart Trophy right now, he's on the ballot. He's one of your 3 finalists. It has to be. If San Jose makes the playoffs, he could very well win the Hart Trophy. Most valuable to his team. He's got 67 points right now. Connor McDavid's at 75. Macklin Celebrini has to be. He would almost be a favorite at this point if San Jose makes the playoffs. And keep in mind, there's never been a teenager besides Sidney Crosby to win the Hart Trophy ever. Celebrini could be the second. At 9 o'clock, we've got Zach Pearson from the Bear Report, covers the Chicago Bears. His wild card weekend is ready to roll. Laddie Schmid will be by around 9:30, and Laddie Schmid requested to talk to Jason Greger, discussing some things with Hockey Canada, World Juniors, and everything. So Laddie's got something on his mind. He wants to get at it with Greger. I said, well, let's figure it out, Laddie, and we'll take her from there, big guy. When we come back, Dan Robertson, Winnipeg Jets play-by-play man, Johnny Busick, the great Boston Bruin, Edmonton Flyer, the chief to follow, coming up on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing.
Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm and act in the best interest of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
Snow? Things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter.
Planning your next event? Let Loca Quality Market cater. From made-to-order meals to gourmet platters to full chef tasting experiences, they make entertaining effortless. Visit loca.ca to start planning today.
Big guests, bigger takes. Jason Greger brings the names you know and the stories you don't. Weekdays, 2 to 6 on Sports 1440. Don't miss a minute of the action on Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
He's heading into the driveway. Temperature's dropping fast, folks. He opens the hood and, oh no, the battery's on thin ice.
Yeah, that's a tough break, Tim. I mean, you can't expect to compete and win with weak parts in your game like that.
But wait, he's made a clutch move. He's gone to Napa Auto Parts for the win. They've got batteries, winter-grade oils, antifreeze, and wiper blades built for cold Alberta conditions.
That's a championship play, Tim.
With over 85 Alberta locations, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:18 in Edmonton. Time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where clear out on the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas are on the go right now. And the Sahara package is our best seller, so we've got the great selection to pick from, starting at $59,900. Expect them to sell fast, so come in soon before they are gone at stalbertdodge.com. As we welcome back Dan Robertson, Winnipeg Jets play-by-play man to the program. Good morning, Dan. You're with Kevin Karius. Once again, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440. Once again, really appreciate it.
No problem, Kevin. How are you?
Doing great here. Doing great. Looking forward to this game tonight. I'm sure, as are you. Before we get to the nuts and bolts of it, Hayden Fleury, that really was a tough check into the boards, and scary, I'm sure, for everyone that was watching it, you included. Just everything okay as far as Hayden goes long term and everything, but he was pretty banged up on that play. Maybe just your thoughts on it.
Yeah, he was. For people who didn't see it, he was going back to retrieve a puck and he got spun around and he got knocked down by Keegan Colasar. Nothing dirty or anything like that, but he just slid on his wallet extremely fast. You knew it was going to happen because once he hit the ice, there was no way to defend himself. He was going backwards. So he broke his nose. They don't know if there's a concussion. He's had problems with that in the past, including this year. They took him to the hospital. He didn't stay there all night. He felt well enough to go home. And actually, yesterday he was around the team. But it's one of those things where during the production, I mean, we were talking to the producer. We showed it once on the replay, and we said, let's not show it again because, you know, you didn't want to disrespect Hayden or frighten his family, I guess, if they were watching. It is great he's okay because he went so quickly into the boards, you weren't sure how it was going to go.
Yeah, as you said, there's nothing dirty about the whole hit with Colasar, and you know, and credit Colasar, he went at it with Adam Lowry right off, you know, the next face-off pretty well.
Yeah, you could see them talking. Our cameras did a good job. As Hayden had left the ice and they were getting some blood scraped off the ice, they were chatting, and it was nothing animated. It was just Adam was basically saying, "I'm going to have to fight you," and then they fought, and then the cameras caught them in the box afterwards, where Adam said, "You know, basically, thanks for this," and Colasar said, "Okay." So part of the code, I guess, and you know, Adam Lowry is certainly someone I've come to admire over the years. So he did what he had to do, but the big thing is that Hayden's going to be okay.
Yeah, and now it's done, and it's a done deal, and nothing,
Yeah.
you know, nothing percolates after that. Hey, sticking with Lowry, I said last year, even with you, Dan, and this year, I mean, the third line that you guys had last year with Lowry, Niederreiter, and Appleton, I still feel that was the best line in the NHL as a third line. How much did the Jets miss that, you know, that upward pressure from that line, putting some, you know, great shifts together and allowing the stars to shine as well?
Well, it's a good point. It's one of many things that have gone terribly wrong this year. Lowry returned, you know, into the season because he had double hip surgery in the offseason. So he'll play his 30th game tonight. I think he's just starting to come around a little bit. Appleton, he brought a lot of speed. He's a good forechecker. He certainly wasn't irreplaceable. He's a guy that you can let walk and expect to be able to replace him. For me, Niederreiter, he's really changed this year. He's taken a big fall back in his play. Just the numbers, he hasn't scored in 16, no assists in 21. He was a healthy scratch 2 games ago in Toronto, which kind of took us all by surprise. I mean, he's the guy who hit the 1,000 game mark this year. You know, it was a blow to his ego, no doubt. He came out and spoke about it later. He said all the right things, but he's a little bit slow to get there into the forecheck, I think, whereas before he was there in time. And once they get possession, they can grind it a little bit. But they've got Morgan Barron on that line, who has a lot of speed. But it's just one of those many things that have changed from last year to this year. And, you know, sometimes I feel like I reference last year too much. And I know that at this point, anyway, we're halfway through the season, but just the stark contrast between last season and this year is just so alarming that I think we have to kind of look back at last year as everybody tries to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Dan Robertson with us on Sports 1440, Jets play-by-play man. So everyone is looking for answers, coaching staff included. Scott Arniel, I saw him yesterday with sort of a plea to the fans to, you know, this is now, we need you now more than ever.
Yeah.
What's it going to take just to get out of this funk? What do you think, Dan?
I think just a good break to get some collective confidence going in there. Gabe Velarde said something pretty wise yesterday, and if I can remember correctly, he said we have to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. So what he's meaning is, you could see it the other night, right? It was a low event game against Vegas. They had the lead late, and then Riley Smith scored, and then they went in overtime. And it's when they got the lead late, where before, even when they started 9-3, a confident team, an excellent defensive team, which they've been the last few years, they lock it down. But you're waiting for something to happen. And I know collectively that the team is, and it's so strange. It's how everything can go south. And once the ball starts rolling, they can't seem to get it stopped. So they had a game, their last win, if you can believe it, was the 13th of December. They played Washington here at home, and they were terrific. It looked like the old Jets, and you kind of thought, okay, they're on their way. They're defensively sound. They're earning their own good breaks, so to speak, like they did last year. And there I go again, referencing last year. But they need just I think a strong, simple defensive game where they're able to shut down the other team. Now I say that, look who's in town tonight. So I don't know. It's you look at the schedule, it's hard to find easy pickings. I guess there are none in the NHL, but it's just up to them to put together a 60-minute effort.
Yeah, we'll even go back to the last time that the Oilers were in town, Dan. It's just over like a little over a week ago. The Jets probably should have won that game. Would you agree?
I would, and Scott Arniel was talking about that game and a game against Minnesota that happened not long after, around that, a couple of days beforehand. And that's the way it's gone. I mean, in their 10 games where they've gone winless, 8 of them are 1-goal games. But whatever, it's a loss is a loss. But that's the kind of thing that's been happening. They've not gotten the big goal. They've not gotten the big save. Hellebuck's numbers, just checking yesterday, obviously he missed a little time with injury this year, but his save percentage is at the lowest in a single season that it's ever been. So there's a lot going wrong at the same time. They just need something to go right and just to feel good about themselves and see where it goes from there.
Yeah, you mentioned that confidence level. So you think these guys, it never affects them, but it's at the top of the list when things aren't going well, for sure. Here in Edmonton, been talking about bottom 6 scoring and bottom 6 contribution, but for the Jets, Dan, don't have to tell you, it's basically bottom 9. How do they get some production from these bottom 9 here?
Well, it's Cole Perfetti finally got a goal 2 nights ago, his first in 17 games. But it's the sort of thing where it's not like it seems close, where guys are close to breaking through. And it's collectively speaking, I mean, that's how amazing it is. They've called up a kid, Danny Jokin, and I don't even know if he's going to play. When he does, or if he does, he'll make his NHL debut. He's been probably the best prospect at Manitoba for the Moose in the Jets organization. And if he does play, I don't expect he's going to be a guy who, sets the world on fire with respect to him. So it has to come from within. It has to come from a guy like a Niederreiter to break through. Jonathan Taves, I mean, we give him a lot of leeway because of who he is. He's been a little better lately. He's got, I think, 4 assists in his last 6, but hasn't scored since November 11th. So that's the thing. And Kevin Cheveldayoff said this the other day, and Arniel did too, because I mean, it's obvious. You'll have guys who have slumps or even half season long slumps or just bad seasons over the course of a year. It's pretty rare that you have basically 3 lines of them. So there's just so many things that need to change right now.
What have you thought of Taves, Dan, in the sense, hadn't played for a couple of seasons. Everyone knew it was going to take some time to get up to speed, but he's no spring chicken anymore either.
No, I'll be honest with you, it's been tough to watch at times, especially early where he was a little slow and he was fighting the puck. A lot of simple plays that would go through him didn't work. The puck would bounce away from him, that sort of thing. And as you said, everybody knew they'd have to be patient, including Jonathan, which I don't know how patient he is with himself. We all know how self-demanding he is. But over the last few games, I've seen just a little more patience, a little more confidence. Maybe the 5 days that the Jets had off around Christmas helped him a little bit. Again, he did a beautiful assist on a Cole Perfetti goal last night. So you hope that he's able to pick up the production. I didn't think that, honestly, and I'm no expert, but coming into the season, they were saying, okay, maybe a second line centerman. Arniel now rather famously said, well, I'm not going to have him as a 4th line centerman, but I thought being a second line centerman was too much to ask, productivity wise, and it's turned out to be that way. It's interesting. He'll be going back to Chicago here next week, and we'll have that game. So that should be. We know what that building can be like, and especially when someone like that comes back for the first time. But you hope that he's able to produce, and the big hope was that he would be sharper when they got to the playoffs. But that looks like that's not going to happen now.
Mm-hmm. Dan Robertson with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440, Winnipeg Jets play-by-play man. Mark Scheifele, I had him on my Olympic team. I'm sure you had him on yours too, Dan.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what's been the kind of reaction with him? And he always would take the high road and everything like that, but I'm sure he was quite disappointed. And I fully expected him to go on an absolute tear here, after that announcement was made.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking with friends of mine, and I thought maybe it'll crush him, to the point where he's never going to mail it in. That's not Mark. But that would have to affect you. He had a terrific game on New Year's Day in Toronto where it was a 4-1 lead and they ended up losing that game 6-5 in overtime. Just doing some notes last night, he's been held off the score sheet in 4 of his last 5. I think what's gone on with Mark, and when he doesn't play well or when Kyle Connor doesn't play well, it stands out because it's so rare. But Scott Arniel has had to lean on those guys so much to get scoring because they're the only guys doing it. I think it's worn them down a little bit. And I know we're only halfway through the season, but we know it's a compressed schedule. And I think that they've not been as strong defensively as they had been because it's probably, I don't know if there's, cheating in some small way at times, but it's, Mark has said all the right things and he was honest about it in Toronto. He said how disappointed he was, but, he's leaning on his faith to help push him through it. He's disappointed, but he is hockey's everything to Mark. So you hope he's able to continue to have a good season because I still think injuries are going to crop up because of the way the schedule is, and he might wear the Maple Leaf logo at some point anyway.
Yeah, very good point by you, Dan. You never know with the injuries and guys possibly not being able to go to Italy and then the subs coming in. When you look at the Oilers coming in tonight to Winnipeg, and I mean, I'm sure you see what Connor McDavid's doing on a nightly basis and seeing the highlights. I mean, this guy is at a level of play right now that I don't know if we've ever seen, which is crazy to say. When you're calling a game and whatever, and you're seeing Connor, what goes through your mind when you're doing the game?
Well, first of all, I'm privileged to be in the building when he's playing. I mean, just watching that game on TV the other night, the first goal where he came in and he barely took a stride. He just spread the feet apart and a couple of fakes and he stuffed it in. And I'm thinking, it's not supposed to be that easy, And as somebody who calls games for the Jets here in the Jets region, you don't want to gush too much over what he's doing. But at the same time, I won't go fanboy. I'm not that kind of guy anyway, but you have to appreciate what you're seeing. I think it's, I don't know if it's once in a lifetime player, but he's pretty darn close. So when he's able to do what he does and he's able to do it nightly now, it seems it's pretty breathtaking. I remember we had a game in December in Colorado. I think it was the 17th, not 18th maybe. And I remember my sort of intro was that, Nathan McKinnon right now, he's clearly the odds-on favorite to win the MVP. Well, he might still be. Who knows? There's a long way to go. But just even since then, the strides and the production that McDavid has put up are pretty remarkable. So I always look forward to watching him play. I don't think the Jets do, but I do.
Yeah, I mean, here sometimes it's almost like we get numb to it and we take it for granted. But I mean, and the thing is, if you say he's playing as well as he is or as best as he's ever played, it's almost like, you know what, he's probably got another gear here yet too. So we're so fortunate to have him here. You mentioned Scott Arniel, and we talked about his sort of plea to the fans to be on their side right now because they need him more than ever. And Kevin Cheveldayoff has said, as you know, Dan, that we're staying the course right now. But is that seat getting a little hotter? Like, what are your thoughts about what Arniel's done there?
Well, I don't think it is right now. And I think one of the main reasons is because this organization has been so, I don't know if conservative is the right word, but ultra patient over the years that I think they'll give him a more runway to work things out. If you look back last year, and I'm doing it again, but he was the Coach of the Year finalist, and obviously they won the President's Trophy. So that's the way it is. I mean, I was one of the people who wanted to hear more, to be honest with you, from Cheveldayoff. I kind of knew we wouldn't. He didn't really come out and say, okay, this is what we're trying to do. He spoke in circles a little bit, and that certainly is right. I think the thing is, they're the oldest team in the league. There's been different metrics out there to say they're the slowest team in the league. And then if you look at it, they're the last place team in the league. There's not a lot of guys kicking down the door at Manitoba to come in and make a difference. So, I don't really know where it goes from here. And, you just hope for the Jets and their fans that it gets turned around, but it's pretty bleak right now. Having said that, I think, as I did say, that I think Arniel is okay, but it's at 10 right now without a win, and we'll see if it continues to grow what happens.
Yeah. Do you feel like, a team at the end of a bad string is playing better than what their record is showing? Is that where the Jets are right now, you think?
I think so. I mean, if they were losing 2 and 3 goals and more every game or every other game, then that's one thing. It's almost a carbon copy of something I saw a few years ago. I used to call Canadians games on radio, and the year after they went to the Stanley Cup final, they had a terrible year, and it was a situation where it wasn't they weren't getting pounded every night, but it was the same story every night where in a key moment they kind of lost the game. So I think, as I said, a loss is a loss. Sometimes you get the loser point in there, and that helps a little bit. But it's not like I look at them. The best way to put it is I don't see a bad team. I just see a team reaching for something they can't find right now.
Hey, Dan, as always, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate it. Have a great call in tonight's game, and we'll talk soon.
My pleasure, Kevin. Thank you.
That's Dan Robertson, Winnipeg Jets play-by-play man, and our game of the day brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, where, again, the 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas, it's on a clear out right now, all of them. The packages are best seller at $59.9. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. When we come back, the great Johnny Busick, the Chief, Edmonton's own, and former teammate of Glenn Hall's in Edmonton with the Flyers and in Detroit with the Red Wings. He's going to join us from Boston when we come back on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram.
When picking a New Year's resolution, try to avoid things you have no influence over.
Like bringing home the cup? That would be awesome.
But completely outside your control. Instead, pick something you can control, like bringing home some Wilhauk beef jerky.
That would also be awesome. But what if we brought the cup home to Canada and it was filled with Wilhauk beef jerky?
Okay, I'll allow it.
Wilhauk beef jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't win cups with salad.
Looking for the perfect used ride? Now's the time. Drive away for as little as $25 bi-weekly. Go Auto has over 7,500 used vehicles in stock with something for everyone. From budget-friendly cars and road trip-ready SUVs to powerful work-ready trucks. With around 70 locations across Canada, your next vehicle is closer than you think. Whether you're upgrading, downsizing, or buying for the first time, we've got the right ride at the right price. But don't wait. These deals won't stick around forever. Start shopping today at goauto.ca.
Edmonton's only 24-hour-a-day sports radio station can be heard anytime, anywhere. Sports 1440 is streaming on your phone, your tablet, your computer. Download an app today and listen to Sports 1440.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and even though it's a few months past Thanksgiving, I want to give thanks right now. This is the time of year when so many people go to the new RV show and buy their new RVs.
All the new RV stores are bragging about the latest makes and models.
That's right, Bob. Those beautiful state-of-the-art RVs are brand new right up until the time they leave the showroom. Then they're used. Just like every quality used RV on our lot, somebody pays full price at the RV show or at the new RV store, and in a matter of seconds, it's worth tens of thousands of dollars less just because they picked it up.
Where does all that money go, Rick?
It stays in our customers' pockets, Bob, because we sell those same RVs just a few years later. If it wasn't for new RV buyers, we'd be out of business. That's why we give thanks every year. You make it all possible.
And that's No Bull.
NoBullRV.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 7:39 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. The Duke's just trying to line up and get a hold of Johnny Busick. Talk about his old friend, Glenn Hall, who passed away last night. So we'll just await the arrival of the chief. You know, just regarding the Oilers and what Dan Robertson was saying, I mean, you think about it, 6-4 in their last 10, the Jets are, but so many close games, so many games where they're losing in overtime or shootout or by a goal. Sooner or later, a team that is, you know, a President's Cup pedigree team, President's Trophy, pardon me, is going to bust out of that. You know, they're going to bust out of it. You just hope it isn't against you that night. Adam Henrique for the Oilers, as everyone knows, went on injured reserve yesterday. And it's not, this ain't a short-term thing. We're looking at 7 weeks here. If he's coming in after the Olympic break, we're looking at 7 weeks. So Duke's just trying to fire up Johnny here, so we'll have to just kind of do a little tap dance. And again, Glenn Hall passing away yesterday, 502 consecutive games. It's a record that'll never be broken in goal. It started in October of 55 and went all the way till November of 62. As I was saying off the top of the show, I mean, Glenn was more prouder of the 551 regular and playoff games because they added them in. And he's also even more prouder of the fact that it was well over 1,000 consecutive games that he played when you tack on, I mean, the Edmonton Flyer days and things like that. I mean, those Flyer teams won 2 championships in what they called the Western League back in the day. And Glenn was a part of 2 of them. Johnny Busick was a part of one of them, I think. We've had David Poyle on the show before. His dad, Bud Poyle, was the coach of those teams back in the day. But when Glenn came to Edmonton, he was playing in Indianapolis in the American Hockey League the season prior, came to Edmonton in 52 and 53 and started playing, you know, lights out right off the hop. He was called up both his first 2 seasons that he played for the Edmonton Flyers. He was called up to the Detroit Red Wings and just played a handful of games before he became the regular goaltender back in 55 and 56 after they won another WHL championship in 54. Our text line 833-401-1440. Bob says, I've got a Glenn Hall goal stick my dad went to school with. David Whitetail, morning boys. Love the Edmonton Flyers talk. Vic Stasiak. Yes, Vic Stasiak was on that team. Dave says he retired to Lethbridge, where I got to meet him. The Paradise Canyon Golf Course was built on his land in 1990. Great storyteller. I did not know that. And that Paradise Canyon Golf Course in Lethbridge is an absolute stunner. Beautiful, beautiful golf course. And I did not know that that was Vic Stasiak's land. Brent says, hey, Kevin, Glenn Hall passing away certainly brings back memories that my father, Doug Probert, played junior for Moose Jaw against Glenn and Johnny Busick. He told me so many great stories of those guys. Another great man gone. Best regards, Brent. Duke's tried Johnny a couple of times here. I'm not sure. He said he was just getting out of the shower. Hopefully he's okay. But we'll try to keep contacting Johnny here in the next little bit. Oilers in action again tonight in Winnipeg, and they come into this game sitting in one of the top 3 spots, actually tied for the lead in the Pacific Division, and it's the pathetic Pacific, is it not, when you look at all the other divisions. Vegas and the Oilers with 48 points. Seattle just 1 point back. The story right now, again, San Jose Sharks. We talked about it a little bit off the top with Macklin Celebrini. The Sharks beat LA last night 4-3. Celebrini with 3 more points. He's got a 12-game point scoring streak. Connor McDavid's got a 16-game point scoring streak. So it tells you just exactly how well Macklin Celebrini is. And keep in mind, last year, when Sid Crosby went to the World Hockey Championship, he was asked, who would you like to play with? And he said, Macklin Celebrini. Macklin Celebrini. Across the NHL last night, Dallas Stars beat Washington 4-1. That ends a bit of a 6-game skitter for the Stars. Canadians, they were in tight with the Calgary Flames for a while, then broke away, win that game by a score of 4-1. Chicago Blackhawks give it to the St. Louis Blues 7-3. Utah, Mammoth just kind of keep winning. They had that big funk. Beat the Senators last night 3-1. Utah had that slide, and now Utah's coming on again a little bit. They're just a point back of the LA Kings for that last playoff spot in the wild card in the West. And one other game last night, as we said, the San Jose Sharks 4-3 over the LA Kings. I don't think we can stress what Macklin Celebrini is doing enough here. And if you were voting on the Hart Trophy right now, it's something we'll probably discuss with Frank Siravalli coming up. If you look at the Hart Trophy, and again, it's most valuable to his team, think about the other guys, the other two players that would be up for this. Now, you could put Cale Makar in that conversation, but you'd have Nathan McKinnon, you'd have Connor McDavid. Now, Makar and McKinnon, they might kind of saw each other off. McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, for that matter, who's got 60 points, they kind of saw each other off. And again, the award is most valuable to his team. And if the San Jose Sharks make the playoffs, which no one ever thought that the Sharks were even close to making the playoffs. If San Jose makes the playoffs, Macklin Celebrini could be at the top of the list for the Hart Trophy. Not the Ted Lindsay, but the Hart Trophy. 833-401-1440. What do you think of that comment? Macklin Celebrini, Hart Trophy winner. Sizzler says, you can't put Makar in that conversation. What are you smoking? Come on, man. What are you smoking, Sizzler? Did you hear what I said? Makar, McKinnon? Would they saw each other off? McDavid, Draisaitl? Would they saw each other off? Have another puff, big guy. Craig and Red Deer, morning, guys. Why didn't Celebrini get the same hype leading up to his draft as Bedard? I don't know. I mean, Bedard came out of the Western League out of Regina. Celebrini was out of the NCAA. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. Celebrini went down there as an underager, if you want to call it that, where players go into the NCAA. It's a good question. I don't know. But he's developed faster, quicker than Bedard. And he's on the Olympic team. Bedard isn't. 833-401-1440. Daryl says, can we talk about Connor Unger and his numbers this season? Well, I mean, Unger, since he got sent down, or actually called up, I should say, has been pretty darn good in Baco. I'm going to just punch up his stats right now. And I believe I spelled, there's two Ungers. One's an A, one's an E, is it not? And that's because of the call up right here with Connor Ingram. I think he's talking about Unger, not sure on the texter. I'll get to that in a second. Thanks for that text. Kyle from Millwood says, I'm a Kings fan that's watched Celebrini all season. He's so good and Hart Trophy worthy. No luck, Duke. Still working on Johnny, eh?
Yeah, the first time I gave him the call, it unique thing. It just it rung and then just seemed like it was picked up, but it's just like a straight, not even dial tone, more like an alarm tone. And then each time I've tried to call back from our studio, my cell phone, your cell phone, it's just basically going straight to voicemail. So it could be, listen, we're all glad that phones have advanced to the point where they do some call screening automatically for us from suspected spam and whatnot. But it does, unfortunately, sometimes work inversely where it blocks calls that you actually do want to come through. So, unfortunately, it's tough to figure it out without getting somebody on the other end. But technology it sometimes poses some problems for us.
Three Pete Forsberg says, KK, Celebrini spent the offseason training with Crosby. Bedard didn't. Not saying that's the reason, but it's notable for sure. Well, one thing that you did see, though, Three Pete, Connor Bedard trained his ass off all summer. I mean, the videos that came out of Vancouver, the videos that you saw him, and we're talking that he was doing stuff while the Stanley Cup playoffs were going on. I mean, that's how long he was training. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but pretty cool stuff. My only concern with Celebrini, Vern says, is for the Hart Trophy is usually you have to make the playoffs. Well, for sure you got to make the playoffs, and that's what we're seeing. Right now, the San Jose Sharks are in a playoff spot. Not saying that they're going to hang on, and that's been my whole point of contention here. If the Sharks make the playoffs, Celebrini's going to get a lot of votes. 833-401-1440. Glenn, no idea what you're texting about, why you're texting this stuff. No clue. Doug texts in. Morning, Kevin. My grandpa told me many stories about driving through terrible winter storms from Lloydminster to Edmonton to watch the Edmonton Flyers. He never missed a game. It wasn't just because they were a great team that he attended all those games. He got to know some of the players working with them on farms and in the oil fields during the offseason. Said they were actually better people than they were hockey players. A really long lost, changed era. That's Doug. You couldn't bang the nail any better here, Doug. So many of these guys worked in the offseason. I mean, they were paid crap money. And when Glenn Hall actually retired, well, the reason that he ended up in St. Louis, when St. Louis came into the league in the expansion, was that he said he was going to retire from Chicago. So he said he was going to retire, done. So the Hawks leave him off the roster. He's available. St. Louis picks him up. The only reason he signed in St. Louis is because of the money that was offered to him was substantially more than what these guys were getting paid in the 60s and prior to that. I mean, they were just getting absolutely ravaged by NHL ownership at the time. And had not expansion come in and other teams having the availability to pay some other players because they needed those players, it would have continued on even more. And this is at the time, even, when, a teammate of Glenn's, Ted Lindsay, started up the NHLPA, it took them so long to get some traction. It took them many, many years to get going. 833-401-1440. Daryl's got, Unger. Four teams this year in the ECHL and AHL, nothing lower than a 944 or higher than a 175 goals against average. Well, obviously it's a guy to keep an eye on, Daryl. I would say that he's not even close to being ready. You want to have these guys develop for a long time. They've also got, Samuel Janssen down, in the minor league system for the Oilers in goal. This is where you got to hit on one of these guys. This is where you've got to draft and develop. And who knows? You never know how goalies are going to develop. You go back to the Oilers when they had, a couple of guys in Devin Dubnyk and Jeff Delorier. No one really knew what was going to happen. And then their growth was absolutely stunted when the Oilers didn't have their own minor league team. So that took both those guys back, and it stunted their growth at a professional level. Gordon texts in, good morning, KK. Celebrini is a better team player because he learned from Sid. Well, he played with him at the World Championship, and sometimes you think about all the guys that have played with certain players that learn stuff. And I think Connor McDavid falls into that category too, does he not? Maybe he learned something from Sid at Four Nations. Maybe he'll learn a lot more from Sid at the Olympics. But go back to the 80s. Go back to the 80s and, Mario Lemieux didn't know how to win. Didn't know what it took back then. Goes to the Canada Cup and plays, with Wayne Gretzky, Mark Messier. Learns how to win. That's part of growing as a player. 833-401-1440. Coatsy says McKinnon has been the most consistent. McDavid has had a couple of good months. McKinnon is plus 48. Far better numbers 5-on-5. Celebrini right now reminds me of Taylor Hall's MVP year. Well, I don't know if you can say that, Coatsy, because, Taylor Hall won the MVP well into his career. Celebrini right now, still a teenager. And once again, there's only been one teenager to ever win the Hart Trophy, and that's Sidney Crosby. Well, we'll try to hook up maybe with Johnny Busick a little bit later. I had a bunch of stuff written down, Duke, and everything ready to go. And then I lost my train of thought several times there as well. Top of the hour, we do have Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet, Frank Saravalli to follow. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Loca Quality Market. Every fresh chef-crafted gourmet meal is handcrafted from scratch with fresh ingredients and arrives at your door fully cooked and ready to eat, ready to heat and repeat. Order at meals.loca.ca. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Five games in the NHL last night. Dallas beating Washington 4-1. Calgary lost in Montreal also by a score of 4-1. The Hawks taught the Blues 7-3. Mammoth getting past Ottawa 3-1. And Macklin Celebrini 3 points. The Sharks beat the Kings in comeback fashion 4-3 in overtime. News from the Oilers late yesterday. Adam Henrique been placed on injured reserve as it is expected out until after the upcoming Olympic break. And some sad news from the world of hockey is longtime NHLer Glenn Hall has passed away at the age of 94. Nicknamed Mr. Goalie, Hall was winner of the Calder, Conn Smythe, and the Vezina Trophy 3 times. He holds the record for most consecutive starts in NHL history with 502, including postseason games. That number is 552 straight starts. At the junior level, the Edmonton Oil Kings won their 6th straight with a 6-4 win in Swift Current last night, and the PWHL Boston beat Seattle 2-1. On the hardwood, Emmanuel quickly hit the buzzer beater to propel the Raptors to a 3rd straight win, 97-96 over Charlotte. Brandon Ingram left the game in the first half with a right thumb sprain. 11 of the games around the association, including Denver beating Boston 114-110. Victor Wembanyama, 16 points, 14 rebounds off the bench as the Spurs won over the Lakers 107-91. Knicks stopped the Clippers 123-111, and it took overtime, but SGA's 46 points lifted the Thunder to a 129-125 win over the Jazz. Finally, in case you missed it last night, the Atlanta Hawks trading star Trae Young to the Wizards in exchange for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. Young is averaging just over 19 points in only 10 games played this season. Coming up in hour 2, the Kevin Karius Show will be joined by Sportsnet's Mark Spector and Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. I'm Brendan Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
I skipped breakfast this morning. Stay out of my way.
Don't threaten me with your bad choices.
No worries. A booster bar from Booster Juice will fix me.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because they're new. Snack-sized bars packed with seeds, pecans, gluten-free oats, all sorts of good stuff.
That sounds lovely, actually.
2 different flavors to try, too. Coconut pecan booster bars and harvest booster bars. Want to skip breakfast with me?
I take it back. You make good choices.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
Hey, Edmonton, did you know a local Play Alberta winner scored over $500,000 on Mega Jackpots Ocean Bells? Think about the season tickets you could lock down with that kind of cash. From major casino winners every hour to jackpots worth millions and hundreds of popular games to money that stays in the province, there's never been a better time to sign up for Play Alberta. Download the app today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. When you gamble, use your game sense.
Want sports talk on the go?
You can listen to 1440 on the AM dial or stream us on your mobile device through apps like Radio Player, iHeart, and Stingray Music.
Edmonton sports fans,
turn to Sports 1440.
1440.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Hi, Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm joined by a very important member of our team,
Jody. She coordinates our crew and job packages for all furnace replacements, air conditioner, and heat pump installs.
And Dennis, I've got to say, our installers really are the best. They've all been with us for a long time, and we never use subcontractors.
So you know that whomever is in your home is a Weiss Johnson employee, not someone hired out just to get things done. So the next time you need us, ask for Jody.
Always happy to help.
Visit weiss-johnson.com today.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at Tap 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the Center Bar. Plus, catch this fall's biggest games. Every goal, every tackle, every home run. River Cree is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you on Sports 1440 AM radio. Time now for On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC, where Mike and the crew would really like to thank you for all the support in 2025. But even though it's 2026, hey, let's not forget about the huge savings that Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC has on all 2025s remaining in stock. Save now at northgategm.com as we welcome in Mark Spector from Rogers Sportsnet. Good morning, Spec.
Just an honor to be on the radio, Kevin, with the new Linus Westberg of Edmonton. That's all I want to say.
You don't even know who that is.
Oh, yeah. He's that guy in Yorkton.
CKOS.
Very famous TV man out of Yorkton. I believe he had a glass eye. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, he was living in Red Deer last I heard, but he used to call me all the time. You know what's funny about Linus? Back CKOS TV in Yorkton was great. Well, Chris Cuthbert started there. Perry Solkowski was there. Guys like that.
Wow.
But the one thing about Linus is that, so this is how their noon hour show worked. They would all get around, they'd talk off the top. But then Linus says, we're doing sports first, ahead of news, farm, and weather. And the reason he would do like 10, 15 minutes of sports and then bugger off to the golf course for the afternoon and come back and do the 6. So he wanted to get the hell out of there. That's how it worked.
Yeah, well.
What made you bring that up, Spec?
Yeah, well, guess who I had dinner with last night?
Butch Bell.
Yeah, that's right. Butch Bell.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
From Bell's Dairy in Melville.
Yeah, Bell's Dairy. That's right. Yeah. Butch Bell, Rich Bell, Mark Bell, Beaner Bell.
There you go.
Quite a few.
I didn't know you guys grew up in the same crescent with Todd McClellan.
Yeah, Centennial Crescent. Todd was across the street. The Bells were across the alley and then over a little bit.
Wow.
There you go.
A lot of talent coming out of that same little.
I'll tell you what, you want to play some road hockey back in the day, Spec. You weren't getting out of there losing a couple of chicklets, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man.
You know, I phoned Johnny Busick this morning, Spec, at like 5 to 7. And I wanted to get him on to talk about Glenn Hall. And he goes, yeah, I'll come right on. And then we were trying to get a hold of him. And all of a sudden we couldn't get a hold of Johnny. So something popped up, but I was going to get a great conversation with Johnny over the passing of Glenn Hall.
And he forgot about you in like 10.
I don't know. I mean, he was great. He said, I'm just getting out of the shower. I said, you got 10 minutes to talk about Glenn Hall? And he goes, no, I got a half an hour to talk about him.
Yeah. Glenn Hall was something. What was it? 502 consecutive starts.
Yeah. 502, all without a mask. And whenever I spoke to him, he was prouder of the fact that it was 551 with playoffs included. And then he always talked about before he got to Detroit, and then was on a full-time gig there. He thinks it's over 1,000, or he thought it was over 1,000 games that he started consecutively. With you talk about the Flyers and going back to Indy and places like that.
Wow. Yeah, that's I mean, we so often talk about records that'll never get broken. That's a record that'll never get broken, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, that's 500 games is back then, that's what, roughly 7 seasons. Started every single game in a row for 7 seasons.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It was 55. He started in October of 55 and went all the way to November of 62.
Yeah.
So it's just bizarre.
Crazy, man.
Yeah. And without a mask, all of them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And those heavy deer hair pads, right? They used to tell the story. Jimmy Rutherford told me one time, he says, you'd play in Detroit and then your pads would get put under the train soaking wet, and you'd go to Toronto the next day and they'd take them out and you'd put them on and play the Leafs that night. And they weighed about 8 pounds more than they'd weighed the night before in Detroit because they were still soaking wet.
And Glenn was like one of the first ever to butterfly too, which took him down lower where he was more susceptible to pucks in the face. Right. Most guys still back, in the 50s were the stand-up goalies, and sort of just let the puck kind of hit him and doing all other things. So
the guy you should be phoning is Dave Stubbs, eh?
Yeah. I know Dave did a lot of stories with Glenn. And
I got numbers if you need them.
Yeah, that's going to be good. There's also, Pat is going to come on. Glenn's son, he's going to come on next week. So I got to know them pretty well and did some good stuff with Glenn over the years. Some great stories. Some of them meant for air, some of them not meant for air. But he was very close with all of the Sutters too. The Sutters loved Glenn Hall. Just loved him. Yeah. Oilers, Jets tonight, Spec. And Adam Henrique gone till what? That's like 7 weeks for Henrique here.
I know what the heck happened here, right? It's almost like they just said, good, let's give him a big long rest because he's not helping much anyway and he could use a break. And they got salary cap issues, right, that he'll help solve here. And maybe they want to give Curtis Lazar a run at 4C here too, right? So I'm not sure how it's all unfolding, but it's not very often. I mean, maybe he's just got a real serious injury. I don't know. Usually the Oilers, what they usually do is give it to us 2 weeks at a time. I'll be back in 2 weeks. I'll be back in 2 more weeks. I'll be back in 2 more weeks after that. It's not very often they come out and say a guy's going to miss 7 weeks. So forgive me for being skeptical, but when you've been led down the garden path here so many times, like I don't believe any of these injuries coming out of there anymore. I hate to tell you.
Hey, is it just me, Spec, or have the Oilers been using LTIR way more this year than in years past? It seemed like, they would wait and, not just like, I mean, they'd say like Henrique, like you said, we'll see what happens in 2 weeks. And I know the players are coming in and out, but maybe it's just me. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think it's two things. Like there are more injuries this year all around the league because there's so many games. Like this Olympic schedule is just ridiculous. Every guy I talked to around the league, I talked to a guy out of Carolina this morning. He says, I'm looking for an interview. He says, listen, we're in the middle of 5 and 8 here. He says, let me get through this and I'll get back to you. So everyone had the Oilers have had more injuries. There's been someone on the injury list all the time. And the second thing is they're right up against the cap. So Bill Scott, their cap guy, he's got to do the dance every day, right? There's a part of no one wants guys to get hurt. I'm not saying they do, but there's someone in that organization that breathes a sigh of relief every time someone does get hurt because it just kicks a can down the road, on the moment when everybody comes back, they got too much salary on this team, right? They're over the cap now with Jari coming in and all this. So their biggest problem is if they attain full health, I don't know what the heck they're going to do. They're going to, Mangiapane has to go, for instance, or you're going to be over the cap and that's no good. So it's a big puzzle and I'm glad they're not trusting me to put it together because I'd be a mess with all those numbers, man.
Imagine, like if you tried like to navigate this without these capologists.
Yeah, it's become very complicated and that's just, we talk about the old days, and like we always forget when Glenn Sather was having issues with guys, and if he traded for someone he didn't like, he moved them, and there was no cap back then. So it's no big. All you had to do is phone your owner and go, "Hey, can we take on a little bit of money here? I like this player."
Mhm.
So it's a whole new ball game now.
Yeah, and it would be phone the owner. It's like Moneyball, okay, I'll pay for it out of my own pocket.
Yeah. I'm not sure Slats ever did that, but
Who knows? You never know with him. Anything top of mind for you going into this game? I mean, we just had Dan Robertson on Winnipeg Jets play-by-play man to lead things off, and the way the Jets are going, they're in every game. This is going to be a close game tonight. The Oilers went in there just over a week ago and probably didn't deserve to win that game.
Nope.
The reason they won was because of Cal Pickard. So I don't know.
No, listen, the Winnipeg's that team. They're going to start winning here right away. They just have to. Not only when I look at their lineup do I think they're a good team. They shouldn't be in last place in the league. That's just not like. Look at the roster. They got. I'm not telling you they're winning the cup, but I think everybody picked them to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So they've underachieved. Now they're playing pretty well, and they still can't win. I was saying on Gregor's show last night, if I'm the Oilers, get into Winnipeg, get the 2 points, and get the hell out of there before the worm turns on the Jets, because they got a bunch of games coming where they're going to be the second best team and they're going to win the game. Because right now, every time they step on the ice, they're the better team and they lose. So we all know that only goes on so long. So for the Oilers, get in, get out, hopefully get your 2 points. And I don't know if they play Winnipeg again after this.
No, this is it, the final one.
Yeah, get done with them, man, I say.
Yeah, beat him here. It was 6-2. That was the back. They had a back-to-back. Eric Comrie started to remember because Connor Hellebuck was still out.
Yes.
And then he won the night earlier, and he went back-to-back, and they chased him. Right. Yeah, they chased him and then won the 3-1 game on December 29th when Cal Pickard made
Winnipeg. They got a good team, but they got a good roster.
It's funny, and I keep saying this, like when I asked Dan Robertson too, and he said about 6 times during the interview, I don't want to go back to last year, but like he just, it was just one of those things. Right now, the Jets just have the one line going, but last year they had Lowry, Niederreiter, and Appleton for the entirety of the season as a third line, and that was the best third line in hockey spec. And now, as he said, Lowry missed a lot of the year. Appleton's gone, and Niederreiter is a shadow of himself. So
he's been in the press box.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so stuff happens, right? Like, Lowry's coming off injury. I don't know what his status is or what he's hiding or what's going on, but there's a guy like that guy, if you told me you think he's the best third line center in the National Hockey League, I don't think I'd argue with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a ton of respect for Adam Lowry, man. He's a good player, but not having a good year. And when your good players have lousy years, that's what happens. Like to go from the President's Trophy to this point is insane. That somewhere in the middle is where the Jets lie. I know they're in a tough division, and now I don't know what their schedule looks like, but when you're in the Central and you got 5 against Colorado, Minnesota, and Dallas, boy, it's I can see how that division's going to sort out here. There's going to be 3 at the top and a bunch at the bottom here. Those are tough points. Those are tough opponents every second night for sure.
Yeah, they're on a bit of a homestand here. It's a back-to-back. They've got LA coming in tomorrow night. So they got back-to-back home games here. Then the Devils and the Islanders. I mean, their schedule is pretty good when I look at it, Spec, when they're not playing. They don't have Minnesota. They don't have Colorado. So they're playing some teams that they should be able to get on a roll here. But they got to do it now. They're 11 points back of a wild card spot. Plus, if they get the wild card spot, most likely they got to go through the Central.
Yeah, they're not getting a wild card spot because I don't know what their schedule is, but usually the second half of the year you play a ton of, certainly the last quarter of the year, you play a whole bunch of games inside your division.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me they're going to play a bunch of games against those really good teams. Those points are going to be hard to get.
Yeah,
11 points out at this point, Kev. How many teams do they have to pass? Like 7?
All of them. Yeah. But I'm just looking, they got teams that they're not playing top level teams here. They got the Chicagos and St. Louis's, they've got the Devils. They've got some teams coming up, the Leafs. They've got teams that they can
beat. Well, they better start quick.
They have to start, yeah.
Better start quick. But that, to me, 11 points and 8 teams or whatever it is, you can't get past 8 teams on January 8th. You ain't getting past 8 teams making the playoffs. Sorry.
Well, I mean, look at, Buffalo was damn near last, right? Damn near last. They went on a 9 or 10 game winning streak, and they're right there.
Yep.
So it can be done, Spec, but you got to go on a serious roll. I mean, St. Louis did it in 2019, right?
Well, that's this great outlier, and I always say this. And Theoren Fleury played at 5'8", and another Theoren Fleury never came along in the 40 years since, right? And the St. Louis Blues did it. Yeah, name me the other team that did it in the last 100 years. Nobody. So sure, lightning strikes once, done strike. Wait for the second strike. You'll be standing there for a long time waiting. So, listen. Call me wrong. Maybe they make the playoffs. I like the Jets. Winnipeg's a hell of a hockey town. I'm part of me cheers for them for sure. But don't ask me to put any money on to make playoffs this year because I wouldn't put $1.
Well, we just got a text in from Chad. It says Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg going to sweep the draft lottery.
Oh boy, 3 Western Canadian teams. That's not great for Sportsnet. we like a few playoff dates, if you don't mind. Only paid $1 billion for the rights.
Well, that's because they got to pay your salary, Spec.
Well, there is that, right?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the Linus Westberg comparison, Spec. If I were looking back in the day, and you can look at all the old guys that worked in the business, I would compare you to Roger McLaughlin, who used to work there at CKOS TV.
Oh, really? Okay. I fancy myself more of a Don Buckets Fleming guy myself, but
I got to think of that story Curtis Stock told me about Buckets Fleming. I think it was in Toronto or something. They were at a horse race or something like that. I got to think about it.
Oh, there's all, yeah. Back in the day, those guys used to go to Grey Cup. One time he went to Grey Cup and he had a horse running in Windsor, and he went there and he got snowed in. And he missed Grey Cup. So he phoned all his buddies, or one of his buddies, in the press box. He said, listen, send your copy to, after the game, send copy back to your paper, but make sure you send it to the Edmonton Journal and put my name on it, will you? So
those guys, they got away with murder, man.
So they all started, every guy, they used to go to like the teletype office or something back then. So they used to call it like CNR Collect or something. And the one guy went and sent it to the Calgary Herald, and then he said, send a duplicate to the Journal. And another guy went and said, send it to the Vancouver Sun and send a duplicate to the Journal. Well, finally, some guy shows up and he says, Edmonton called. He says, they like the third one best, but for crying out loud, quit sending copy our way.
Oh, man. Different world.
It's a different world. If I went to a huge event and got too drunk to write and went off and looked at my horses and never came back, like I wouldn't have a job.
No.
Back then, they just said, hey, man, come on.
Yeah. Good stuff, Spec. We'll talk to you tomorrow, big guy.
All right.
That's On the Mark, brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC, powered by Northgate Disc Trucks for you. When we come back, Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
When the ground freezes, you wonder how anything can get done. And instead of staying outside in temperatures that would make a polar bear cry, you head inside where it's toasty and warm. But that's not what GS Construction does. Because while the ground freezes above, we plan below, rebuilding and revitalizing the systems that keep our communities working year after year. Now, don't worry. GS Construction promises to do everything safely and efficiently, and we'll wear our extra warm clothing outside. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection, incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
You matter. Your mental health matters, and you're braver than you think. Not Alone is an organization focused on creating a space of acceptance and support through tough, meaningful conversation. My name is Tyler Smith, and you are never alone. NotAloneCo.com. It's okay to not be okay.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
The job won't wait. Why should you? At AWS Welding Supplies and Repairs, conveniently located in Nisku, we've got everything you need to get it done. From product sales to servicing and calibrating machines, we're your one-stop shop. We're a proud, locally owned and operated business, committed to serving our community with a proven track record of customer service. Don't let a broken tool slow you down. We offer fast repairs and free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, and South Edmonton. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
I'm Grant Fedork from Leading Edge Physiotherapy, and sadly, some people think orthotics are just glorified shoe cushions. But I've seen a runner drop 8 minutes off her marathon, a grandmother ditch her painkillers, and a 12-year-old nail her long jump, all thanks to custom foot orthotics. So if your feet are screaming for help, flat, high, or funky, that pain's heading to your knees, hips, even your lower back, our professionals will assess you and, if indicated, custom fabricate a pair of orthotics made just for you. Happy feet make a happy person. Feet shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 821 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440. Time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, draining clogged pipes like three-pointers for all your plumbing needs. Go to mrrooter.ca as we welcome in Frank Saravalli from Victory Plus TV. Good morning, Frank.
Morning, Kevin. How you doing?
Good. Hey, in all your travels and time covering the league, the NHL, hockey, did you cross paths with Glenn Hall at all?
I did not. It's a shame. I wish I did, because it was really kind of neat in a sad way. After news of his passing last night, as you know, my son plays, and he's actually dabbled in goalie a little bit recently. And so I just showed him some old highlights, and I was explaining the marvel of Mr. Goalie and 502 consecutive games. And the first words out of his mouth were, "Wait, goalies played without masks?" And so to see that sort of awe, and he goes, "Well, what happens if they got hit?" And I just said, "Buddy, they kept playing. Like that's how it worked."
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, to see that sort of wonder, it was pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, the reaction on your son's face must have been like, what the hell's going on here?
Like, he looks like a different sport. And then he was asking all sorts of questions. Could they lift the puck then? Did it hurt? Like, all these different things. And I was like, yeah, no, this is a man's sport.
Yeah. Did you see that one highlight of him when he was coming out for a delayed penalty? And
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, there will never be anyone like Glenn Hall again.
Mm-hmm. I got to talk to him many times, Frank. He was more impressed with 551, including the postseason for that streak. But he also said, and no one kept tabs on it, he felt he was over 1,000 games. When you talk about the Edmonton Flyers, he played in Indy. When he add them all up before he was a full-time goalie in the NHL, he figures well over 1,000.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, the numbers too, and the stat. I mean, 11 postseason All-Star team, 7 times voted the best goalie in the league. I mean, this guy, I think the loss of Glenn Hall, I mean, you go back and look in history, and one of my old bosses, Steve Dryden at the Hockey News, he did the top 100 and managed that process, the top 100 players of all time before the NHL did it. And Hall came in at 16.
Yeah.
I mean, it speaks to his impact in the game.
Yeah, he was amazing goalie, amazing person for sure. Frank Saravalli with us from Victory Plus TV. Hey, before we get to some other topics, I got to just ask you this from our text line from Trent. Can you please ask Frank what he's heard about FanDuel regional sports networks going out of business for sale now, and how that will affect the 7 NHL teams who have games on their networks? Do you have anything on that, Frank?
Yes. Actually, it's been, I've seen the reporting, and this has been going on for years now. FanDuel Sports is the old Bally Sports, which we've talked about. The NHL is really well prepared at this point to have teams take over their own broadcast at a moment's notice if need be. And what I would say is that's exactly the type of place that Victory Plus would make a lot of sense.
Hey, there you go, Frank. Maybe I could get on the show then sometime.
We'll talk about it.
Just kidding.
I just want to grind you because every time you ask, I'm like,
Oh, you had Spec on.
Yeah, well, hey, yeah. Maybe if we need a Zach Hyman wrist expert.
Oh, well, did you see what I saw the other night there in that game or not?
Did you mention that you saw that was the first time that he had played sort of fully with strength and in battles?
No. Oh, no. There's, if you go back, there's in the third period, there's 2 instances. One, he broke his stick, but before that, Frank, if you look, he tries to, it's sort of a one-timer, but as soon as the puck goes off the blade of his stick, he grabs his wrist and he shakes it.
Oh,
like a zinger, stinger, something like that.
Huh. So are you concerned?
No, because I'll take Zach Hyman at this. He's better than anyone. Like I said, he's got 12 goals. He's probably going to get 25, 30. So I'll take Zach Hyman like this. And, you know,
should have been on Canadian Olympic team.
Yeah. Well, we just discussed that a long time, and maybe it's good for him, good for the Oilers that he can take a couple weeks off and strengthen.
Can I offer some commentary on the back end of that with the Ekholm non-selection to Sweden? I still don't really understand the reaction from Oiler fans. And I'm not trying to stir the pot when I say this. Like the fact that Broberg made it and Ekholm didn't, I guess you could say, well, we're long gone from Broberg. But I mean, on one hand, you've got the asset management and cap management failure. And then on the other end of that, you have a clear acknowledgement from Sweden that Ekholm isn't playing at the level required to make the team. I mean, it's a double whammy. And instead, I mean, hey, look, if you guys, Oiler fans, want to be positive, I mean, I'm all for it. The positivity is beautiful. But this idea that, oh, it's a good thing that he didn't make the team, so now he can rest for the playoffs when it matters most. Like, I just don't really see it the same way.
You would have rather seen Ekholm in the Olympics.
Yeah, and playing at the level required to be an impact player. And not to say that he's, you know, what he's giving you is fine, but I mean, it's an acknowledgement from Sweden that he's not been there.
I think he's still hurting from last year too, Frank.
He definitely did not look right and has not looked 100% right.
Little better recently. He was okay the other night, so maybe, you know, the back half we can see something there. Still with the Oilers, nothing new with Andrew Mangiapane and nothing expected at all.
No, I mean, look, they're fielding conversations. I think it was my understanding is that there was nothing imminent, that they've had conversations. It's really the term on that deal that is problematic, the 1 extra year. And obviously they're not in a position to retain money. Just getting out of the deal would be a success, but you got to find someone to take that on. And I don't know that Mangiapane's at a stage yet where he's going to do what's in vogue for a number of other players so far, which has been, hey, let's agree to terminate the deal and I'll sign for minimum elsewhere and then try and reboot in free agency and earn a little bit more.
Right. Last night in St. Louis with the Blues, Bennington in goal. Didn't look like he wanted to come out. Maybe he did. I don't know. Hofer's nowhere to be found. Montgomery can't find him. What the hell was going on there, Frank?
Bizarre situation, huh? I mean, I guess Jim Montgomery didn't want to be the next Sheldon Keefe one day later, leaving your guy in for all 9. At some point, get him out. And yeah, I don't know what Hofer was thinking at that point. Maybe he, I think goalies sometimes end up in a spot where they're like, I don't want to be seen as someone looking at the like. If you ever watch someone on the bench when things start to get hairy, they're looking at the other side of the rink. They're not looking at the coach like, hey, are you going to send me in now with puppy dog eyes like my 11-year-olds do? They are like, hey, I'm only speaking when spoken to here. And so I don't know if Hofer was sort of waiting in the back for that to be summoned, but it was certainly a very odd situation. I can't really remember, like, if it were me, and not that it matters, but if it were me and I really wanted to make the change, I'd just wave Binnington out and park him there and have someone go fish Hofer out from wherever he was sitting.
It was wild. And I mean, Binnington was okay the other night, right? Like when his start after the New Year's break, and then last night gives up 7. I don't know.
Statistically, the worst goalie in the league this season.
Logan Thompson's not doing so great either. The last 5-6 starts either for the Canadian Olympic goalies. It's not looking great, is it?
So does that mean Darcy Kemper is the guy to start game 1?
Well, he's pretty darn
How
close.
would you feel about that?
I would feel better than it would be Binnington. I can tell you that. And if Thompson doesn't get going here in the next 2-3 weeks, I would probably go with Kemper. I'd be happy with that. But I wouldn't. I would be happy with it, but I'd be highly concerned.
Yeah. Well, I'd be concerned. I don't know about highly concerned, and here's why. Here's a little positivity for you.
Oh, wow.
Canada has so much firepower that I'm really not sure that it's going to matter. Their forward group is so good. I mean, you could put anyone in net.
Okay, speaking of that firepower, and we've been discussing Macklin Celebrini ad nauseum in the morning so far. If things were to go, just pretend it's the end of the year and everything doubles from here on in. San Jose makes the playoffs. Macklin Celebrini has 125 points.
Yep.
Is he the Hart Trophy winner?
It would be hard to say no. I could tell you that if I were filling out a ballot today, that Macklin Celebrini would be, yes, very prominently featured on my ballot. I don't know if he's in the number 1 spot today because, I mean, let's face it, Nathan McKinnon has been so good. But Macklin Celebrini has 37 more points than his next closest teammate. I mean, look at the 2 goals last night, the late tying goal, the OT goal. He's a one-man wrecking ball. A one-man band. He's making everything happen. The goal he puts in does all the work to get it up the ice. The defenseman's drawn to him and the perfect dish. I mean, that's a come from behind win against a team that's was slightly in front of you in the standings. The Sharks are 1 point out of first place in the Pacific. I know you know that, but
yeah,
I mean, to think that this team take him out of the mix, who's doing the damage?
Because
he's plus 17, everyone else is a minus.
Yes.
Wenberg's a minus 10, Eklund's a minus 18, Celebrini plus 17, 37 more points than his next closest team. They're a lottery team without him.
For sure. Because at the Worlds last year, Sid Crosby was asked, who do you want to play with here? And he said Macklin Celebrini. Do you think those two play together or start at least?
I think so. I've had him there the whole time. I didn't even know that when I put him there. My thought process was, if you're looking for a guy that doesn't have that big game experience, put him with the guy that has some of the most.
Did you have Lane Hudson on your American Olympic team blue line?
I did not. Not because Quinn Hughes is there.
Yeah.
So if Quinn Hughes is there, what do you need Lane Hudson? No, I want guys that can defend against this Canadian vaunted forward group.
Did you watch that Montreal, and it's Calgary, but did you watch that game last night, Frank, a little bit?
I love the qualifier. Yes, I did. And I mean, Hudson has been magical. I mean, he's on track for nearly 90 points. Very quietly, so to speak, for a guy that with 60 last year, 62, I think people were thinking, can he really get back to that level again? And he's exceeding that. He's a special player, the vision, the edge work, but I want different pieces on my US blue line. I need more Slavens, less Hudsons. if that makes
So
any sense.
you would rather have, let's say, like if you're looking at number 8 here, is that Noah Hannafin?
Well, Hannafin is a different like I didn't have Hannafin on my team.
Okay.
Like I had Jackson Lacombe in that spot.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's one thing that Noah Hannafin does that's better than anything Jackson Lacombe does. I think Noah Hannafin, like with all due respect, I think he's mostly just a guy. He's steady. He's well-rounded. He's not bad at anything, but he's not a star. And a lot of his metrics are relatively average.
Mm-hmm.
So give me what's popping off the page. For Lacombe, he does all those same things, but better.
Yeah. I think I asked you too. You still had, because of the success they had at Four Nations, you still have Faber with Slavin?
Yes.
Then who do you have with Werenski? McAvoy?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, this is a big tournament for Charlie McAvoy. After the pain that he had, not just literally, but also missing that championship game, spending it that day in a hospital, in his adopted hometown. That was a tough spot at Four Nations. And, there's a lot of connections here. Playing for Mike Sullivan again, his father-in-law. It's a really interesting spot. And they're counting on him in a big way.
Mm-hmm. Anything I missed, Frank, top of mind before we cut her loose here and head to the weekend and watch your Eagles win over San Fran?
Yeah, look, San Fran is tough, but they've been pretty banged up almost the entirety of the season. I feel like playoff Jalen Hurts protecting the ball. I think his game lends itself toward playoff football.
And you
He's
got
risk
tickets already?
averse in a good way.
You got tickets already?
Yep. Yeah, I have Eagle season tickets. Like, definitely going for playoffs. That's
Who
the
you
whole
take-
reason you buy them.
Are you taking your son or who are you taking?
Yeah, I'm going to take my son.
Really?
We got a game in the morning up in Allentown, the old Billy Joel song. So I'm going to have to hustle.
Yeah, we're living here in Allentown, Frank.
Yep.
Have a good weekend. Enjoy the game, Frank. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Thanks, Kevin. See you. Have a good one.
Yeah, that's Frank Saravalli, Victory Plus TV. Frankly Hockey, and our headliner of the day brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, the true GOAT of local plumbing. That's mrrooter.ca. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts that were flying in during the Frank Saravalli interview at 833-401-1440, and we'll yak at the Duke for a little bit here as well. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. And we are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Made for some rough roads, but it means trails are now packed and ready for action. Don't miss out on riding adventures this winter with a Ski-Doo from Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. Work or play with new 2026 Generation 5 models with class-leading design and power. And right now, take advantage of 5.99% financing OAC. Only at Riverside Honda and Ski-Doo. 15 Inglewood Drive in St. Albert. And always at riversidehonda.com. Shop local, shop Canadian.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. For a limited time only, at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Seriously, another door knocker? I really want to go solar, but these high-pressure tactics are exhausting.
And their prices are unbelievable. Before we do anything, let's call Great Canadian Solar.
There's a better way to go solar. Great Canadian Solar provides honest advice and fair pricing to save you from overpaying. They're easy to deal with and will never put pressure on you to buy. As a trusted local business for over 15 years, Great Canadian Solar will support you in your solar journey. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com and call today to get started.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
60 years ago, we started selling trucks as Western GMC Buick. Today, we are Wolf GMC Buick. We're still located on the corner of 184th Street and Stony Plain Road with the same ownership for over 2 decades. Our customers have trusted our family-owned, community-driven business. And for that, we are thankful. If you're looking for a truck or SUV, pop in and one of our seasoned professionals will get you a great deal, hassle-free. Come trust our team at Wolf GMC Buick. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Get ready.
We're going to make you an offer you can't refuse.
Shoresy's back, and it's only on Crave.
We need total buy-in from every guy in this room.
The Smash Hit Series returns for a brand new season.
We're going to be playing the EU All-Stars.
Shoresy is facing his toughest competition yet.
This EU team is spectacular.
They are not scared of them.
Hear that, Shorzy?
Let's make sure they never forget who we are.
Shoresy, new season, stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Escape the cold and catch the hottest sports action at Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge. Not a bad seat in the house. All the games and tons of big screens. Plus, Selly's menu has something for everyone, along with game night food and drink features. And this January, Oilers watch parties continue. So bring your friends and cheer loud and proud. Selly's Sports Bar and Lounge at all 3 Century Casino locations: Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile.
Every day is game day at Century Casino.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 841, little B&D for BD, I guess, the Duke of Delburne. Is that your favorite? That's your favorite country duo, Duke, correct?
Duo? Yeah, I think so. They're tough to beat, man.
I don't know who else would be up there.
Montgomery Gentry, Sugarland. They were a trio, but they became a duo.
You were probably with, what was the mother-daughter thing there?
The mother-daughter?
The Judds.
They weren't they sisters?
No.
What?
Oh, yeah, they were mother-daughters, Duke.
I don't mind the Judds. I think I prefer.
You thought they were sisters?
I honestly, I only really know, I don't even know, I know Winona, like in terms of individual names. She had a pretty rock solid solo career, obviously.
Okay, so you know what you're thinking, Duke? I think it's the actress is the sister.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's who you're thinking.
Maybe.
What was it? Mama, He's Crazy, or Dad?
Yeah,
He's
that's
Crazy,
a good one.
Of them, yeah. Yeah, the Judds. I figured they'd be at the top of your list, Duke.
Yeah, Grandpa, tell me about the good old days. Yeah, the Judds got some bangers, man. I love the Judds and Winona, some solo stuff. Yeah, she's great. The Rankin family, is that how many are in that?
There's like 5 or 6.
It's the whole crew, each one picking a different instrument, one blowing the jug, maybe. I don't know.
Do you call duos when they get together for, like Willie and Waylon? They're not really a duo.
No, those are
together.
solo artists that collaborated a lot.
Yeah, Brooks and Dunn might have to be at the top of the list. I'm trying to think of.
It's tough to, because there's like, if you get in the conversation of, and I think it used to be, you could maybe correct me on this, at like award shows, there used to be different categories for like best duo of the year and best group of the year. Now it's just best duo or group. Like they're in the same category now.
Maybe because there's less duos.
It's very
not
possible.
as many duos.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Adam Schefter reporting now that the Miami Dolphins have fired head coach Mike McDaniel. Now,
is this just purely in the efforts to make John Harbaugh the next head coach or what?
Well, here's a quick question about that. And everyone's, you bring Harbaugh into the mix and, Stefanski and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I just heard it a little bit this morning, but I thought about it the other day when you and Connor were talking about, maybe it could have been Donnie P. Just with the Rooney Rule. The Rooney Rule here, it throws a lot of stuff into the wheels are in motion. It makes things a little different because of the Rooney Rule where, the interview process has to come into play here for coaches of color. And you're seeing now, like I'm seeing some more of the names that are being brought up here. And it's almost like Harbaugh was hired before that process. Do you know what I mean, Duke?
Mm-hmm.
On several teams. Now it's obviously going to be Miami, one of them. So what are we looking at here? Like that's 8 now. That's a quarter of the league. Is that the number 8 firing?
That is, there's 8 vacancies now.
So, 8 vacancies. I shouldn't say because the Giants were whatever. So that's a quarter of the league that'll be changing head coaches.
And there was I wanted to try and find, I could have swore it was former guest of the show, Trey Wingle, that tweeted it because I'm just looking down his feed right now, but it must have been somebody else. The Dolphins are looking for a new general manager, right? And they've hired Troy Aikman to consult with them on this process. And I apologize because I can't find the actual tweet. It obviously wasn't Wingle that tweeted it. The Dolphins had brought in, I think, let's call it 6 candidates for GM. And then one of them got a call back for a second interview. That one apparently has ties to Jim and John Harbaugh.
Right.
And now, and this was like yesterday, earlier this week. Now here we are today, Thursday morning, they fired the head coach 4 days after Black Monday, 3 days after Black Monday.
The other thing that I had read regarding the GM vacancy in Miami, that Mike McDaniel had said that he was going to be part of that interview process, which makes absolutely no sense to me, or made no sense to me.
Like the interviewing of the GMs.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure if you're part of the interview process and you are saying, this GM's good. Well, I would think that would make you think that the GM's going to keep you on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's just going to give his vote of confidence as the head coach to whatever GM he thinks is least likely to fire him in the immediate future.
So we have the Dolphins, Ravens, Giants, Titans, Falcons, Cardinals, Browns, Raiders.
Right.
For head coach jobs. GM openings in Miami and Atlanta.
Yeah. Like yesterday on Fantasy Frenzy, Connor and I played matchmaker and did some, very loose predictions on who each team will hire. And there were some retreads, like guys that are out there, Harbaugh, Stefanski, others, and then maybe some new faces like Clint Kubiak, Jesse Minter, the DC in LA for the Connors Chargers. And it was a pretty fun exercise, but I was so convinced that the Giants are going to hire Stefanski just because of how everything lined up. But then the Harbaugh thing comes out, and I'm still leaning that way. But apparently, once again, quote unquote reports that the Giants are going all in on hiring John Harbaugh.
What was the line? I saw it earlier today. I got to find it. You said this is back from Jim Harbaugh's days.
Attack it with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. It's a Jim Harbaugh quote. He's used it a ton. And you told me this morning in reference to when he was asked about his brother's search for a new job.
Yeah, that's the exact line. Yeah. He also said, John's the best coach I know, the best coach I've ever seen. I'm his brother, so I might be biased. That's just so good. So good. Critters in action tonight. Got to just give a quick shout out. We're on the road, Duke, to New Sarepta.
Yes, New Sarepta. I think it's called the Agriplex there, just like in Delburne. I believe so. I was just going to bring up Marty's most recent email to confirm that. But we had some text yesterday during the frenzy talking about it. One person said that it's a cold rink, so wear your long johns. And then we had another texter says, I was just there with my son a week or two ago. It's perfectly fine. Great concession.
Pretty well all the rinks are cold.
A lot of the small
I heard
ones.
you talking about Argyle because we played Argyle.
Oh, that's a cold rink.
It can be just devastating in there, but
the new Sarepta Agriplex. Puck drop at 7 p.m.
What's capacity there at?
I've never been. This is out of my wheelhouse. That is one of the few small town rinks on that side of Highway 21 that I have never been to. Funds to the new Sarepta and District Ag Society.
So I know we have a lot of listeners down in that area in Camrose and everywhere down there. So come on out, and it'll be worth your while to see the great Eddie Steele make his Critters debut
as Kevin Karius' D partner.
Yeah. A special, and I talked to Eddie yesterday, actually, on the way home.
Did you?
He phoned me on the way home saying, is that the best you got? Like stuff like that, You got to bring more than that.
He's trying to get you to chirp him more, even though you're teammates, let alone line mates.
Yeah. And then I saw SKS with the 9-person group thread. I had already talked to Eddie about it to bring his helmet. His
football helmet.
Football double E helmet. I've got one as well, Duke. The Dwayne Mandruzzi gave me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I don't have little shticks. Like almost every player on the team has something. Like good old Aaron Hammerhead.
He's got the hammer.
He's got that. A lot of the guys got some cool wigs to look like the Hanson brothers or this and that.
Even SKS has the siren on his
helmet. I wonder if he'll be wearing a different helmet now. Maybe one with a visor on it.
So there was no visor on that one?
No, that one doesn't. And he was saying, he's like, it's weird how things like that work. He was packing his bag because he knew we were wearing the white jerseys that game. And I think he has a white helmet. And he told me, he's like, I was full intention of putting my white helmet in because to match the jerseys, and that one has a visor. But he's like, no, I got to go with the goal light helmet still, the black one. And then ends up taking one obviously off the beak. And we've discussed that, like what happened after that.
RBS texted, we used to practice Sunday mornings, New Sarepta. Best ham and egger post-practice in the city and area.
Wow.
It's been a while, but I'm sure they still serve it. King of Fort Nasty says the Duke is a big and rich kind of guy for duet.
Big and rich is good.
Yeah.
They had a pretty short run, I think, as a prominent country music act, but they had some great. I mean, when Save a Horse Ride a Cowboy came out,
that was big.
That blew up. That was like the biggest song of the year. It was everywhere.
I remember when it came out, my nephew was like 7 or 8 years old, and he didn't really understand.
Yeah, just singing along, and then you're just like, oh Lord.
Yeah, like he was like, what's the big deal? He never understood.
He's giddy up and around the living room, singing every word, and you're just standing there like, oh my goodness, you have no idea.
Like he was right. He thought it was ride a cow, boy,
ride a cowboy.
Yeah.
I think that's the case with a lot of music and young people.
King also says Kev likes the Johnner Brothers.
Oh, I love it. The Johnner Brothers
back
are great.
in the day.
I think they did a cover of The Last Saskatchewan Pirate, if I'm not mistaken.
Jordan says Florida Georgia line was so good before separating. That was just a duo?
Yeah, just the two of them. One, as the name would imply, one from each respective state. They listen, they took a lot of flack. They're not your traditional country music, the rise of bro country, if you will. But hey, bangers are bangers, and songs that get the people moving and out on the dance floor and singing along. You can't you can't discount that. They were very good at it. They split up, but I'll say this: if Jordan's a big fan, that it seems like there could be a potential reunion between the two since they split. Recently going on a hike together. I saw, and like the reason they split up was like political. Like one's a Democrat and one's a Republican. It's crazy.
Team Dean about New Sarepta says, ask Gregor, is its childhood stomping grounds? We talked about that here. I do know 25 years ago after hockey, the local pub had $2 OV on tap.
Oh my. Well, I doubt that's the case.
They should be giving that away.
Paying you to take it.
Old Vienna. Could be the worst beer.
Get rid of old stock.
Oh, the worst beer in the history of beers. We're going to have Gregor on at 10 o'clock. And I don't know this is going to be on Laddie a lot. So we've been 2.5 years here, Duke. Laddie's been on since day one. The first time ever that he's texted
specifically
me and requested a guest.
Yeah. And I gave Gregor the heads up about what Laddie kind of, obviously, Oilers NHL will certainly cover that, but also about this kind of World Junior discussion and Hockey Canada and the like.
Laddie has him on Facebook, I guess, or something. So,
well, I think Gregor put it out on Twitter and everywhere else too. It was at the start of this week when, like, there was a lot of comments from former players broadcasters, media folks around the game talking about how this is like, it's not a failure of team construction or player talent or anything. It's systemic, right?
Yeah.
About the game of hockey and expensive and on and on and on. And Gregor had a tweet that kind of pushed back on it a little bit in certain areas, but agreed in some areas too, So Laddie obviously is impassioned by it and wants to kind of dive into it a little bit more with our very own.
Yeah. And I was like, I don't know where Laddie, because Laddie, when he texts me, he says, well, I agree with a lot and I disagree with a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So but I don't know where he's agreeing and disagreeing.
Yeah. We don't know where those lines are
Yeah.
in the message. So
Team Dean says, when you're 19 or 20, you don't turn your nose at any $2 beer. You better believe it. You don't.
Yeah, well, what do we always say, Kev? The best beer in the world is a free beer.
Yeah.
The second best one is a cold one. And then after that, take your preference.
Tie for third.
Yeah. Here he is, the legend himself.
SKS,
looking good.
You have a visor for tonight?
Fresh nose job.
And you got a haircut for the game, too. No product.
Just feathered and lethal. Au natural today.
Looks better. Looks better than you put the product in. Please don't put any more product in there. And Eddie's coming, and bring the tunes for the room. Okay, well, make sure it's better than the stuff you've had in the past. All right. Top of the hour, we're going to check in with Zach Pearson from the Bear Report. We'll preview the wild card weekend with the Bears taking on the Green Bay Packers. We'll await the arrival of Ladislav Schmid sometime around 9:30 as well. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Riverside Honda. 59 years and counting as St. Albert and surrounding areas premier Honda and Can-Am dealer. Hey, it's your dream. Ride it at riversidehonda.com. Here is the Duke.
Sports 1440 update.
5 games across the NHL last night. Dallas beating Washington 4-1. Calgary losing in Montreal also by a score of 4-1. Hawks top the Blues 7-3. The Mammoth get past Ottawa 3-1. And Macklin Celebrini 3 points as the Sharks beat the Kings in comeback fashion 4-3 in overtime. News from the Oilers late yesterday. Adam Henrique has been placed on injured reserve as he'll be expected out until after the upcoming Olympic break. And some sad news from the world of hockey as longtime NHLer Glenn Hall has passed away at the age of 94. Nicknamed Mr. Goalie, Hall was a winner of the Calder Trophy, the Conn Smythe Trophy, and 3 times over the Vezina. He holds the record for most consecutive starts in league history with 502, including postseason games. That number is 552 consecutive starts. At the junior level, the Oil Kings won their 6th straight last night, 6-4 in Swift Current. And in the PWHL, Boston beat Seattle 2-1. On the hardwood, Manuel quickly hit the buzzer beater, propels the Raptors to their 3rd straight win, 97-96 over Charlotte. Brandon Ingram left the game in the first half with a right thumb sprain, and 11 other games around the association, including Denver beating Boston 114-110. Victor Wembanyama, 16 points, 14 rebounds off the bench as the Spurs win over the Lakers 107-91. Knicks topped the Clippers 123-111, and it took overtime, but SGA's 46 points lift the Thunder to a 129-125 win over the Jazz. In case you missed it last night, the Hawks trading star Trae Young to the Washington Wizards in exchange for C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. Young averaging just over 19 points in only 10 games played this season. And just breaking here in the past hour, Miami Dolphins reportedly firing Mike McDaniel as head coach of the team. McDaniel been with the team since 2021, 7-10 this past season. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Zach Pearson from the Bear Report and our Thursday co-host, former NHL defenseman Ladislav Schmid. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
New Year's resolutions. We all make them. We all say we're going to start eating healthier or going to the gym or starting that new hobby. But at GS Construction, we actually follow through on our New Year's resolution because it's the same every year. We promise to set the groundwork, literally, for another year of progress and growth. And we've stuck by that resolution since 1974. So start that all-you-can-eat diet. GS Construction is going to start planning right now for the year ahead. For more on what we do, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Wing Wednesday at First Round. Whether you're coming for the first round, the last round, or a few rounds in between, they've got you covered with half-price wings every Wednesday night. Half-price wings.
over 35 delicious flavors like Cajun salt and pepper, maple bacon, and Inferno wings, now half price every Wednesday night. Wash them down with a cold pint of Canadian or Coors Light for only $5.75. Half price Wing Wednesdays at First Round in West Ed and now downtown. First Round, burgers, beer, sports.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440. At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers, and that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
He's heading into the driveway. Temperature's dropping fast, folks. He opens the hood and, oh no, the battery's on thin ice.
Yeah, that's a tough break, Tim. I mean, you can't expect to compete and win with weak parts in your game like that.
But wait, he's made a clutch move. He's gone to Napa Auto Parts for the win. They've got batteries, winter-grade oils, antifreeze, and wiper blades built for cold Alberta conditions.
That's a championship play, Tim.
With over 85 Alberta locations, visit your local Napa store today or shop online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Oh, great tune, Duke. Great tune to lead us into our next guest on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne. I'm Josh Fenwick here on Sports 1440 AM radio as we welcome in Zach Pearson to talk about Saturday night's game between the Chicago Bears and the Green Bay Packers. Good morning, Zach. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for having me on. It's a pretty exciting time here in Chicago right now.
Can't imagine. So what's just the feeling? Because I don't think many thought that the Bears could make the playoffs even, never mind win the division. And here they are, the number 2 seed and hosting the Packers. What's the vibe like in the Windy City here, Zach?
Lots of excitement. The city it's very different when the Bears are good. Usually at this time of the year, we're talking about, the off season, the coaching change, maybe hope for next year. But yeah, no, everyone's very excited. You add in that it's Green Bay coming to town. You get to host them in your building again. Yeah, everyone's pretty fired up. I expect to be a pretty electric atmosphere on Saturday night.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's going to be even leading up to that Saturday night game. Maybe just run us down the health status on some key players, including wideout Rome Dunze.
Yeah, so Rome, didn't say he's going to play. He said, kind of was hinting that that's the plan. I'd probably be shocked if he didn't play. He's had a couple weeks off now after re-aggravating that foot injury and warm-ups against the Browns. So it looks like he's going to be ready to go. Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones were both, the 21-day practice window was both activated for them. It looks like, they're both limited to practice the past 2 days. They got one more day of practice today. I would be shocked if Kyler Gordon played full. If he does play, I think he'll be kind of on a snap count. C.J. Gardner-Johnson's in concussion protocol. It doesn't look like he'll play, which, is a big loss for the secondary. Other than that, though, they are pretty healthy going into this game.
Yeah. Zach Pearson from the Bear Report, our guest on the Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440. When you were describing that electricity and that enthusiasm in Chicago because of what the Bears have accomplished this year, Zach, how much goes to the way that the Bears won so many games coming back in the fourth quarter and generating that type of excitement with those victories.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. And, you got to add in the Caleb Williams factor in those comebacks. He's been really good in the fourth quarter. Using that Green Bay game as an example in, honestly, both Green Bay games, he was really good in the second half. The one at home, though, that was like kind of the perfect example of how he could, rise up the fan base and show that excitement and how he came back and had a long touchdown pass. So, yeah, that is a big reason why. And they're an exciting team. Some are calling them the cardiac bears just because, all the tense moments they've had. But, hopefully, most fans don't want a close game. They want a kind of a comfortable game in the Bears' favor this weekend.
Yeah, no kidding. And that excitement, I mean, I think it gets generated a lot from Ben Johnson, don't you think, in the sense that you see all that, the post-game stuff, the shirt off, everything like that. I mean, how much does that trickle down to the players, you think?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's actually pretty funny because he did the good, better, best thing that he does, in the preseason after they beat the Bills. And a couple players were like, oh, I don't know what this is. And then after they saw that he bought into it and other players were buying into it, and, it just kind of built from there. And they all are, they all love Ben Johnson. And he is authentic. He is, he's not going to tell you any lies, not going to try to dance around things too often. So, yeah, and he's very authentic with his players as well. I think he earned the respect from them from day one.
Do you think it took him a little while to, I'm not saying he dipped his toe into the water and maybe he jumped right in, or was it somewhere in the middle there, do you think, Zach?
I think maybe training camp, I want to say, is when it kind of all started to feel like everyone was buying in, and Ben kind of, established that culture. Day one at his press conference, DJ Moore was there, Roma Dunze was there, Caleb Williams was there, a couple other players there. So I thought that was pretty important. But yeah, I would think training camp, because there was some hiccups in terms of, getting the offense set, getting them at the line of scrimmage, pre-snap penalties and practices, things like that. But I think, training camp was when you kind of felt like, it was all fully starting to click for everyone on this team.
Zach Pearson from the Bear Report, our guest on the Kevin Carey Show on Sports 1440. Defensively, everyone knows about the turnovers and the interceptions, league high 33 turnovers. But when the Bears aren't turning the ball over, is there some leakiness to that defense? Could you say that?
Yeah, it's boom or bust, truly. They lead the NFL in takeaways, but they're also pretty bad in every other category defensively. So, yeah, it's if they're not forcing takeaways, they're going to have a hard time winning this game, because you look at that San Francisco game, 42-38, but they also got a pick six on the very first play as part of those points. And looking at that, the 49ers probably would have scored on that drive the way that game was going. So, yeah, I mean, there's some concerns. Dennis Allen's going to have to find a way to get pressure on Jordan Love this weekend. If he can't do that, it could be a long day for this defense.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Zach. Did the Bears take anything away from that Week 16 win in overtime over the Packers, or is that just it's a regular season game and they're just lining up differently here in the playoffs?
I think they can. And where I think they can is on offense. That was the first time they played the Packers had Micah Parsons. Second time they didn't. So I think that game plan in Week 16 was a little different. I still think they want to run the football, and I think they want to get off to a fast start. Defensively, that's tough because Jordan Love missed, pretty much 3/4 of that game, and they had trouble against Malik Willis due to his mobility. So we'll have to see. I think offensively they can, but defensively, I go back. Dennis Allen's going to have to get a little creative, because we saw when they brought the blitz and left man coverage against the Packers in the first meeting, the Packers had 2 explosive plays for touchdowns, another couple explosive plays. And we saw it again with the Lions this weekend. When they play man coverage, the Bears defense struggled. So I think Dennis Allen will probably change up his game plan, but I think Ben Johnson is going to be true to what he wants to do. Yeah. Do you see that pressure? Is it coming from guys like Montez Sweat? Or are they bringing more pressure, you think, from the linebacking core? Where are you at with that? Oh, yeah. I wouldn't blitz Jordan Love often. He beat you on the blitz a couple of times, and he kind of got the matchups he wanted. I think they're going to have their big pass rusher, Montez Sweat, step up. He's going to have a huge game. And you look at another guy like Austin Booker, a young pass rusher who's going to come on as of late. But, guys you paid the big money for, Montez Sweat, Grady Jarrett, they're going to have big games on that defensive line.
Zach Pearson, our guest on Sports 1440. Well, you mentioned it all goes through Caleb Williams. How much growth have you seen from him, coming in last year to where he is hopefully leading the Bears to a playoff win over Green Bay here?
Oh, it's night and day from last year. Last year was just an absolute disaster all around. And there was things that he did in his game that, you could see like, okay, he's got to get those cleaned up. Just kind of rookie mistakes. But the coaching staff was just a disaster here. And then going into the season, I think Ben Johnson, this offense, did a great job of examining his, body of work and looking at what needs to be fixed mechanically and things like that. And I think they worked on those things, the footwork and things like that. So, yeah, he's grown a lot. Even from that week 2 game, when they lost to Minnesota and Detroit, I think he's gotten better as the weeks have gone on. And you look at the stats, I think it's November, December. I think he has 2 interceptions compared to he had 4 or 5 in the first 2 months of the season. So he's protecting the football and he's trying to get explosive plays.
What have you thought of Luther Burden the third and his progression? Had the big game against San Francisco a few weeks ago. What kind of role do you think he could play come Saturday night?
Yeah, I mean, he looks like he belongs. He looks like a legit NFL wide receiver that could be among the best in the league eventually. When he fell in that second round, he was projected actually top 10 pick, going into the last offseason. But, it was kind of the perfect match, and they kind of brought him along a little slowly, but that was their plan, and I think it's working. In terms of Saturday, I think he's a mismatch, especially when he gets the football in his hands. After the catch, he racks up the yards after the catch. And if Rome Odunze isn't 100% healthy, you'll see more targets for Luther Burden. I think we're going to see a good amount regardless. But if you could tell early on that Odunze is not fully healthy, I think Burden could even have a bigger game.
Yeah. What do you make of the duo at running back here with DeAndre Swift? Kyle Monangai, just an absolute bowling ball and came on harder and harder as the season went on. It's a hell of a 1-2 punch if they can keep it going here.
Yeah, they're going to need to rely on that run game, I think. I think that's the key to success offensively. Get off to a good start in the run game, take the pressure off of Caleb Williams, maybe open up some play action passes in this offense. And we've seen in the first 2 meetings, they went right with the run on the first couple drives that they found success on. So, I think we're going to get a little bit of a heavy dose of Swift and Monangai, which has been a perfect 1-2 punch for Ben Johnson all season long.
What concerns you the most about Green Bay going into this one?
Yeah, I think offensively, Jordan Love, they're getting healthy in the offensive line with Zach Tom back, one of their key offensive linemen. Their wide receivers, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, guys like that. I think if Jordan Love has a lot of time to throw the football, the Bears could be in trouble. And they're going to have to find ways to get to him and make him uncomfortable. And then you add in, Josh Jacobs. It looks like he's getting healthy as well, which is he's a tough running back to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, Jacobs seems it seems like he's almost hit or miss, but when he's hitting, he's a powerful back. Do you think the run defense is capable to limit him moving forward to Saturday night?
Well, I hope so. But we'll see. I think that the second meeting he didn't really play as much. He was hurt going into it, and I think they relied on their backup, Wilson. So, I'd be a little concerned about that run defense just because it's been a struggle all season long. And if they can't slow down Jacobs or Love, they might be getting into a shootout type game.
Yeah, we're a couple of days away, but what's the weather conditions looking like for Chicago on Saturday night?
Yeah, I mean, there's potential for a little bit of a snow game. There's a system moving in. I don't know if the temperatures will drop for enough for it to be snow because we're supposed to get some rain in the daytime as well.
Wow.
So either way, I mean, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a messy game out there, rain or snow. I think the last I checked, it was trending more towards snow. So, it could be a fun one out there.
Favor one team or the other, Zach, or just both guys, both teams, same thing?
Yeah, both teams, same thing. Green Bay plays in this, Chicago plays in this. I think if anything, it's going to be the home crowd that really kind of is a difference maker in terms of, advantage to another team or not.
Yeah, like even go back to the beginning of the year, the feeling, the vibe to where it is now. It's just got to be night and day from where the Bears came out from last year to where they are now, 11-6 and winning the NFC North.
Yeah, there's always hope here in Chicago in the offseason, and I think getting the top candidate in Ben Johnson, getting a guy that a lot of people wanted, a lot of fans wanted, was important, and there was excitement. I think, week 1 and 2, it was a little deflated because of how they lost those games. They blew a game and they were blown out. So I think that kind of dampened things a little bit. But since then, a lot of the fans, almost all the fans pretty much have bought into Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams. So I think that's been a big help. But there's a lot of excitement around these two moving forward for sure.
Yeah, it seems like they've turned the corner where a lot of other teams, and maybe just want to get your comment, Zach, another coach fired today, Mike McDaniel in Miami. That's a quarter of the league with coaching changes. And I think Bears fans got to be happy that, they went through this and now hopefully they got their guy and they can move forward.
Yeah, this is a crazy coaching cycle that we're going to see in this offseason. Harbaugh in Baltimore gone. And who knows? I mean, if one or two of these teams lose in the playoffs early, does Buffalo move on from Sean McDermott? Would the Steelers move on from Mike Tomlin? Things like that. But, it is nice to have a really good head coach and getting the top option from a coaching cycle. And it looks like, I don't want to jinx anything, but it looks like it's going to work out for Chicago. And that's a very comforting feeling.
Just that stability, right? I mean, it just, once you have it, you got to keep it for as long as you can. Jack, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. You teeing this game up Saturday night. I believe it's on Prime, I think, but we get her up here, no problem. I don't know how it works down there for you guys, but enjoy the game. Thanks for coming on, and enjoy the rest of the NFL playoffs leading up to the Super Bowl. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. That's Zach Bierson from the Barrett Report. And again, this is a Saturday night game. It is 6 o'clock our time, I believe. I just double check on that. 6 o'clock our time on Prime, so we'll get her no problem here, where I think the American football fans are getting a little, they're getting a little extended. How does that sound with how they acquire their viewing habits for the NFL? The list is getting longer. We talked about FanDuel and stuff with Frank, and man, think about baseball teams. I mean, you got to have 6, 7, 8 providers already if you want to watch all the games in baseball. Yeah, there's way more games. But it's getting to that point. I mean, look, you had Prime, it's Netflix. It's, you got to get to these streaming services in the States and, even here too as well, or else you're not going to be able to watch the games. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. Ladislav Schmid entering the building in the next 10 minutes or so. We hope. You never know what the road conditions out there with Laddie. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
I skipped breakfast this morning. Stay out of my way.
Don't threaten me with your bad choices.
No worries. A booster bar from Booster Juice will fix me.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, because they're new. Snack-sized bars packed with seeds, pecans, gluten-free oats, all sorts of good stuff.
That sounds lovely, actually.
2 different flavors to try, too. Coconut pecan booster bars and harvest booster bars. Want to skip breakfast with me?
I take it back. You make good choices.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
Legacy Heating and Cooling sucks. Yeah, Legacy can now suck your ducts with professional duct cleaning, furnace cleaning, and dryer vent cleaning.
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
When you need the filth sucked from your air ducts.
Call Legacy.
Call Legacy.
When you want cleaner air for your family,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
Legacy now offers air duct cleaning. Book in today. Just call Legacy.
This is Andrew Walker, host of the postgame show on Sports 1440. After every hockey game this season, tune in and chime in as we talk about the game. It's all sponsored by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Don't get left in the cold. Visit legacyheating.ca.
Are you looking for safe and professional transportation solutions for your group events and sports teams? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer state-of-the-art motor coaches, first-class service, and affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Across rural Alberta, volunteers and community groups work hard to make life better for their neighbors, creating new playgrounds, better rinks, and gathering places that bring us together. Vision Credit Union is proud to lend these local heroes a helping hand. Apply today for a Helping Hand grant up to $10,000 to support your community's next big idea. Let's make great things happen together. Applications are open until January 31st, 2026. Learn more at whatsyourshare.ca.
Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru. Engineered for Canadian winters, built for real-life confidence. Tackle the ice and snow with Subaru's symmetrical all-wheel drive, delivering the power, control, stability, and grit you need. And when the temperature plummets, you'll cruise in comfort with heated seats and heated steering wheel. All this plus peace of mind with Subaru's top safety pick status for 19 years running. This winter, it's time to get you into a Subaru. Visit Subaru.ca today.
Kevin Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 921 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick with you here on Sports 1440. You know that promo they run about the Yorkton Terriers, Duke? I get more comments on that. You know, just people on the street that know that Yorkton Melville was such a fierce rivalry. Like we hated each other's guts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and there were brawls and there were, I mean, it just wasn't, it was like, you know, Calgary, Edmonton.
Right.
That's how it was.
Like Delburne and...
And what?
It kind of changed over the years. I'd just say Delburne and Trochu. They're the closest together.
What's the population differences?
Trochu's quite a bit bigger.
Like, did you guys get in like scraps, brawls?
Well, and like, so we like school sports played against them. Hockey kind of depended year to year because it's two small towns, right?
Yeah.
You never knew what teams would have teams each year, what level they were playing at, like tier wise.
Mm-hmm.
But then the bigger thing was like the high school party scene, right? A lot of crossing over. Didn't like the Trochu folks coming down and maybe taking a run at some of the Delburne gals, vice versa. A few good love stories came out of it.
Oh, yeah.
The Delburne Trochu
Love conquers
connections.
all, dude.
That's what they say, right, Kev? So yeah, a few bonfire scraps, few on ice scraps, and the rest.
We used to go to Yorkton, Duke, take the girls back to Melville, and then send them home on the bus the next morning.
I'm sure you did.
Hey, you know what? I was asked to host the Yorkton Terriers banquet this year. It's in February
And in true fashion for the rivalry, you should have agreed to do it and then just no-showed them.
It was with Jeremy Roenick. I can't make it work because there are no flights to get from here to Regina on Saturday morning for the banquet on Saturday.
And you're already using up all your holidays.
That's right. I am using up the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, you already burned all your holidays before the Olympic break.
Oh, there you go. Text 833-401-1440. Colin from Rimby. Hey, thanks for this. Happy New Year, 1440 team. Same to you back, Colin. Just wanted to give you props for such excellent work, bringing together the past, present, and future into an intelligent package that speaks to the joy of sport. Keep up the great work. $20 coming to you in the mail, Colin, for that. Appreciate it. Tim even said, are the Critters even cap compliant? If the Critters had a salary cap, Duke, okay, top of the heap, what are we looking at?
Well,
probably Dan Davidson or AJ?
For sure.
Okay.
Well, Dan Davidson, that was like a big off-season acquisition, like prize free agent signing to what is certainly a big money deal last season. Now, AJ, he's the tenured vet,
Exactly.
You eventually continue to earn, and now all of a sudden you're a big timer. You would certainly command a pretty sizable.
No.
Price.
I'm at the bottom.
But
I'm thinking Eddie comes in here now.
Eddie will be a big splash. But how about this? And we touched on this earlier in the week when we first got the lineup for this game in New Sarepta down in Camrose-ish country. Tim Ellis suiting up for the Critters tonight. That if there's a guy that would balloon us over this hypothetical salary cap, I think the ad of Tim Ellis would certainly do so. A legend.
I just think that, and I've known Tim a long time.
Yes.
Because we've been in the same, and he's leaving our NL Fantasy League after 35 years.
Really?
He is, yeah.
Wow.
I see Wayne Jones is in again.
He's back in?
He's back in. Him and Ellis and Sean Smith are on a line. Yeah, you got Ryan McRae and Aaron Harrison. You got a killer line. And then AJ
old
and Dan.
Hammerhead.
If I'm looking at if it is cap compliant.
Where are you seeing this? I don't see.
It's on that same thread.
But is it the most recent one?
It was placed. Yeah, it is.
Because I thought Wayne was out.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, but if I'm looking at the cap compliant, Keith Oldford would go in as number 3, right? Our goaltender.
Yeah. You got to pay your goalies.
AJ and Dan, they'd be the Connor and Leon. And then Keith Oldford comes in as number 3, probably. I don't know. Probably bottom of the table is SKS on Smith.
No, I think I would be right. No. And MTR takes it in. Duke league minimum, Karius league minimum. I will happily accept that I would be a league minimum player in this team. I've offered up my spot selflessly for any others to take it. Anybody that wants to play, because apparently the desire to play for the Critters is growing exponentially.
It is. It's a resurgence, Duke.
It's a talk of I know Walker and his wife Ange want to try and make it out to a game at some point. Our sales guy Steven has showed interest in playing. New sales guy for CFCW and Stingray Wayne touched on him. He's already played this year, right? There's a lot of interest growing and only so many roster spots. I've told Lord Commander Marty, hey, give mine, somebody take my spot any day. I'll become a high profile coach up there with Billy.
Well, hey, you got to make sure that your iPad or whatever set up for the game. 6:00 starts, so we probably will get there to that time, right?
Yeah, our expected arrival time is 6:00.
That's exciting, and I'm looking for. I like watching the game too. When we come home,
you do.
Just watch. Just something to watch on the bus, right?
Well, you in your time, Kevin, and you went to one game that I did not go to last year or the first year, I can't recall. But in some of my trips, we've watched some real dandy movies. I think my favorite is Jules Stevens' favorite movie, Cannonball Run. I'd never seen it before. That was awesome. That was so funny. Great flick. I really enjoyed it.
Pillman texts in, it's like Devon and Kalmar. We hated those guys. LOL. LB says, that's Yorkton Lauren comes in. Screw you, Malville trash. Wow.
Some rivalries never die.
No, it used to be a hell of a rivalry between the Terriers and the Millionaires, and I lived it when I was a kid and then was lucky enough to play in it. And, it's obviously continued on. The big thing back in the day, Duke, and they stopped doing this, they had a game on Boxing Day, in one of the locales, and then another game on New Year's Day at 2. Both of them were at 2:00. And you want to talk about Mickeys and 26s being, well, they weren't even snuck in. Guys would just carry them in. They might as well have sold them, inside the rink.
That's sort of like right now the senior league down in my neck of the woods, like Delburne and Stettler, right across the river from each other. There's some rivalry going back a long ways there too. And so in the senior season, Delburne has their Snowflake Saturday night, which is like mid-December. It's the big to-do for the town, a little kind of Christmas festival thing. Stettler has usually been the opponent there, and then Delburne goes to Stettler on sometimes, like this year was a Tuesday night, right? The 23rd, which is their big thing. Is they call it the night before the night before. They have a banquet, cabaret, all that. So it's sort of a similar fold to what you're saying, but a Boxing Day, New Year's Day, that is taking it to another level for on the holidays.
Well, then everyone came home from university and whatever else. But those were they were full houses. They were packed for those games for sure. How about this, Duke? Your answer to this call. It's Johnny Busick. He's calling me. We were trying to get Johnny Busick on earlier, and Johnny just phoned me right now. Maybe we got the times confused or something, but I think maybe we could get him on, after the break with Laddie for a couple of moments just to kind of discuss things and things with Glenn Hall. I have to mention that Quick Card Edmonton Minor Hockey Week, we had Kylie Quinn in yesterday. Sports 1440 is a proud sponsor, proud presenter of Quick Card Edmonton Minor Hockey Week. It starts tomorrow, and I mean, the amount of rinks and players that are going on right now, it's insane. It's in Edmonton and area. Starts tomorrow. It runs all the way through Sunday. There's over 13,000 players, 600 plus teams. You've got the categories from under 9 to under 18, all across the capital region who will be playing. Now, how it works is the following weekend, so next weekend, not this weekend, the championship weekend is set for Terwilliger. All 4 rinks are humming like all day long on 17 and 18 of January. And Sports 1440 is really proud to present the 50-50 cash raffle, which supports the minor hockey community. The winner will be drawn on January the 20th. Tickets at 50-50 start at $10 each. You can go to sports1440.com for the link and the full schedule. Ed texts in. So this is a charity game, but the Critters are the actual charity recipients? Well, no. So what happens is every town that the Critters go to, they end up raising money for whatever needs to be raised in the town. Sometimes it's been for the fire hall. A lot of times it's for rink renovations and things like that. But what happens is every dime goes from that. They have a 50-50. They have nice lunch at the end. The people come in. They have a 50-50 draw. They have everything. So it goes to the town and they need it. And over the years, I think over the years that CFCW has been doing this for 30 plus years, it's at $1.4 million. The Duke was just talking to Johnny Busick. I think, are we going to be able to get Johnny on for a couple minutes? We're going to try. Should we go to break, Duke, or not? Okay. Duke is saying he's calling up Johnny Busick right now. I talked to him at like 10 to 7 this morning, which was crazy. And then we just couldn't get him going here in the last couple hours. But Johnny Busick played with the great Glenn Hall, who passed away yesterday. And Johnny and Glenn played together with the Edmonton Flyers. And then both of them got called up to the Detroit Red Wings in the mid-50s. And after that, basically, Glenn Hall was traded to Chicago after a couple of seasons in Detroit. And after a couple of seasons in Detroit as well, Johnny Busick was traded to the Boston Bruins. He played for the Edmonton Flyers as a 19-year-old and basically led the team in scoring that year. But after his time in Detroit, where he split the 55 and 56, 57 seasons, he was traded to Boston. I don't know if they show the trades back in the day. Okay, that's the trade right there. And that traded from Detroit with cash to Boston for Terry Sawchuk in 1957. Wow. And then that's when Sawchuk went to Detroit. So
played 1,540 games in the NHL, 556 goals, 1,369 assists. So we're kind of doing this on the fly. And I think the Duke has reached Johnny Busick in Boston. Morning, Johnny. Can you hear me?
I gotcha.
Oh, great. Johnny, you're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 again. We had some problems getting a hold of you after I spoke with you this morning, but hey, really appreciate it. I just wanted to get you a couple of comments, a couple of words on a longtime friend with you, with Glenn Hall passing away yesterday. Maybe just your thoughts on all the cherished moments and times that you guys spent together here in Edmonton and then in Detroit.
Yeah, we grew up pretty well. We started at Edmonton in my year of pro with the Flyers.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up, after that, both of us went to Detroit. And I was there for 2 years. Glenn stayed a little longer than he went onward. I came to Boston, and I'm still here. Anyway, I don't know how much longer, but
yeah,
you know.
I mean, you must have been so
it
impressed.
Is what it is.
Sorry, Johnny. You must have been so impressed as when you played in Edmonton here with the Flyers with Glenn, and then going up to the big leagues and having wonderful careers. I mean, everyone talks about the great streak that he had with 502 regular season games. What did you think of that accomplishment, Johnny?
He was unbelievable. You know, Glenn was such a competitor. He had not only that a terrific person off the ice, on the ice. You know, he worked his heart out. Never wore a mask for the beginning for many years before he did finally put one on.
Mm-hmm.
I think he went to St. Louis and then he started wearing it. We played against him in the 70s. I didn't like playing against him because he was probably the toughest goalie I ever played against. Him, Perry Sawchuk, and then Jacques Plante were really strong, and then of course get along Dryden.
Yeah.
But Glenn Hall, everybody called him Mr. Grooley.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what he was. And he had such a great personality. He was really, really great with the public, and he wasn't scared to spend some time with the people.
And Johnny, you played against Glenn, and it's the famous goal that Bobby Orr scored when you guys won the Cup in Boston in 1970. What do you recollect about that?
Well, I recollect that I scored the third goal this time to put it in overtime.
Oh, that's so good.
No, I had quite a season that year, and Glenn was, like I said, very tough, but we got to him.
Mm-hmm.
I seen him once in a while when I came back home to Edmonton. I usually come back every summer, but for a while we used to see each other quite a bit. And when we were in Detroit, we lived in Windsor.
Mm-hmm.
We used to go across the bridge, and we drive in and out together. We spent a lot of time together, him and his family. And it was such a joy. He was so funny, so much fun. It's when you really enjoy the sport.
Yeah. And how are you keeping, Johnny? Now, you just had your 90th birthday here a little while ago, didn't you?
I know. You have to remind me. Yeah. Yeah, it was quite a shock, too. We had quite a time. My wife they got him wrote one of the rooms in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
They had like 250 people showed up. It was wild. It was wild. And the Jacobs supported it, and they sponsored it. And with them and my wife, it went over great. We had a great time, and it's a night I'll never forget.
That's great.
I thought I was through all these nights. Then I had that.
Last time we had you on, Johnny, we were talking about that beer that they had going, and you said they couldn't keep it on the shelves in Boston. And is it still going on?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be for a couple of months. It's already been over 2 years. But the thing about it is the beer, not only is it good and strong, but the money that we make from it all goes to charity. We give it to the veterans and to battered kids.
Oh, that's just fabulous. Hey, Johnny, I won't keep you longer here, but I just wanted to thank you for calling back and for coming on to share some stories about Glen Hall, and wish you nothing but the best of health and success here, and keep plugging along. Thanks, Johnny. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. That's Johnny Busick, the chief. 1,540 NHL games. Just turned 90 years old in May, it was. And fabulous career with the Boston Bruins, but came up with the Edmonton Flyers and then to Detroit. And that's where he played with Glen Hall, who passed away last night. So pretty cool stuff. Ladislav Schmid has entered the building, and we'll get to Laddie when we come back after the break. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. Happy New Year. I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for everything in 2025. With your help and your support, we fed almost 500 families. We donated to various charities in the Edmonton area, and we're going to do it again in 2026. Please stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Weekly NFL giveaways, drink specials, huge screen TVs. The hits keep coming at First Round, Edmonton's NFL headquarters. Watch NFL football at First Round, and you could win a trip to your favorite NFL city for a regular season game next season. Catch NFL action Thursday nights, all day Sunday, starting with the Pro Bowl brunch from 10:30 to 2. Then Monday night with half-price boneless wings after 6 p.m. First Round, burgers, beer, sports. Downtown and Bourbon Street, West Edmonton Mall.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
Vinny and Don in Hockey are dedicated to skill development for all hockey players. If you know a student athlete interested in growing as a person and a player, register for a free shadow day. Beginner or experienced, this program develops a student athlete skill in a supportive environment. It's a great opportunity for prospective student athletes entering grades 3 through 12 to see what Vinny and Donnan have to offer. Visit vinnyridge.epsb.ca or donnan.epsb.ca for more info and to sign up.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Hi, Dennis from Weiss Johnson, and I'm joined by a very important member of our team, Jody. She coordinates our crew and job packages for all furnace replacements, air conditioner, and heat pump installs.
And Dennis, I've got to say, our installers really are the best. They've all been with us for a long time, and we never use subcontractors.
So you know that whomever is in your home is a Weiss Johnson employee, not someone hired out just to get things done. So the next time you need us, ask for Jody.
Always happy to help.
Visit weiss-johnson.com today.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 9:42 in Edmonton. Text rolling in at 833-401-1440 to our Sports 1440 hotline from Not the Goalie Rolly. My father-in-law, Dick Dunnigan, played midget with Johnny Busick, Norm Ullman on the Maple Leaf Athletic Club. Later played exhibition games against him with the Red Wings when Dick played for Michigan. Laddie Schmid just comes in now. Good morning, Laddie. After getting back, we'll get to all your travels around the world. But you put on the headsets to listen to Johnny Busick there for a couple of minutes, and
Wow, what an honor.
unreal. I mean, this
Unreal.
guy is, again,
I know him. I'm from Europe, and I know the name. What a legend. And
Yeah.
obviously, Glenn Hall,
So Grant Stevenson, about
Grant Stevenson. Yeah, I just
Yeah.
texted Grant. Like, I feel really bad. Sorry for your loss,
Yeah.
guys. Like, great family.
Grandson.
Yeah.
grandson.
Yeah. So Grant gave me one of Glenn Hall's signed pucks too, and I have it on the shelf in our house.
That's good. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Mr. Goalie.
Mr. Goalie. Yeah. 502 straight games. Laddie,
I know. Won't be
without a mask, too.
Yeah.
I mean,
He was one of the first I just read it. One of the first goalies who went down on his knees.
The butterfly
The
story, yeah,
butterfly
yeah.
with no mask.
Yeah, and we were talking about that earlier because the other guys still in the 50s were standing up.
Yeah.
So if there was a high shot, you'd maybe get her in the chest. Well, Glenn took a lot in the melon.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
Yeah. He knew
different generation,
oh,
man.
yeah.
They were built different.
Well, we had Frank Saravalli on, and Frank was explaining this to his son and saying, okay, well, his son said, no mask, what's going on? And then he said, Dad, what happens if you got hit in the face or whatever? You get stitched up, then you go back in.
My dad played his whole career without the helmet, but he wasn't a goalie, but he blocked a lot of shots.
Yeah.
He's got over 300 stitches just on his head, he said. Back then they were counting them, and my dad's got like scars all over his face. Yeah.
Wow, that's the way it is.
That's how it was. Yeah.
So, Laddie, you were in Switzerland from Christmas Eve to New Year's Eve, right?
Yep.
And that was with the under
18
team.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get to them maybe as the morning progresses, but
World Juniors.
And I mean, so were you able to watch that game?
Oh, I watched quite a bit, and
Yeah.
I talked to the coaches pretty much every day,
Yeah.
texting.
Patrick Augusta, right?
Yeah, and then I had phone calls with all three of them
wow.
the last couple of days. So
Yeah. Oh,
I
man.
got the full scoop from them.
Well, it must be proud for you because you were there last year
Yeah.
as an assistant coach. So
Yeah.
you know many of the players.
Oh yeah,
you know?
half of the team.
Yeah.
Half of the team. Very proud of the boys. Kind of going into the tournament, like I knew that's like really, really strong group. Like you don't know how the tournament's gonna go, right? Like
Mhm.
there's a lot of unknown, but even the head coach said that's probably the strongest group we've had in 3 years.
Mhm.
Since he took over, and it showed. But he said he's aged.
Patrick has?
Yeah, he said this was the most difficult group also because there was a lot of good players and they knew they were good. Everybody kept telling them. So,
Personalities.
and he said it was totally different from previous 2 years how they approach the practices.
Really?
Because he believes how you practice, that's how we play. I believe in the same thing, old school. These guys were a little laid back. He said there was a lot of times he had to yell, stop the drills.
Really?
And he said it was like over and over. We were frustrated, and like he said it was like kind of going back to the basics for him, being psychologist and how to approach it. It's a fine balance, right? Like you don't want to be mother effing them too much because you're playing with a chance that you're gonna lose the team. But at the same time, you gotta hold them accountable so they perform. So they had a bunch of meetings, almost daily talks, meetings, and the team basically he couldn't believe the captain said, "Hey, Sikora," he's like, like he put it like, yeah, we know we have to work hard, but at the same time, we want to have fun. And he's like, I get it, you want to have fun, but like we are here to win the tournament, like, and you have to play the certain way. So especially against the weaker opponents, they were super nervous, like how the team's gonna approach it. But
Right.
but he's like, well, in the games, it was like a totally different team. They were like playing for each. Well, it was a tight group, but like during those games, they were like hard on the forecheck. They were doing all the little things that he didn't see in the practices. So he's like crazy. But as the tournament progressed, like it was less and less stress because he knew that the team is ready to go and
Buying in more.
buying in more and more. They bought in right away. It's just like lack of urgency, or they didn't think the details matter as much in the practice. And this coaching staff is high on details.
Yeah.
That's how it should
Reichel
be.
too, right?
But
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
I talked to him too, and he said the same thing. It's like, man, like I've aged. All three of them told me the same thing, and I talked to them at different times. They were in the same room. They said the same thing. It was like most difficult, like mental wise.
Yeah. I don't know Sikora or at all. I won't claim to know anything about a leadership group. Okay. And maybe this is out to lunch and asking this question. But because they're a goal away technically from a gold medal. Did they need someone like a different, stronger personality to be in that core or not?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
The very strong. I think the last game, let's be honest, Sweden deserved to win. They outplayed us. We ran out of gas. That's the coach said it too. Like we play certain way, hard on forecheck, and the entire tournament, the way we play, that's exactly what Sweden did to them. Like they were hard on forecheck. They didn't give them any room, and as the game progressed, like they less and less gas. Yeah, they made it interesting at the end, but it was just too late. But the leadership group was good. Like he didn't complain about it at all. Sikora, good leader, played the right way. Juricek played really good. He's one of the leader.
I just thought because when you were saying that, at the very beginning, and maybe it took him a little while.
Yeah, you know what? Like that's just what he said, but I don't think he meant it that way. He was just trying to downplay it. That's why they're not as sharp, because some guys want to have fun, I guess. But Siki is a great guy, like fearless competitor. Like he'll do anything for the team. Juricek, another guy who is a gamer. They had some guys bigger, like kind of more defensive defenseman, big minutes, but good core group. And then he talked highly of Radim Mertka too, which he was banged up the whole tournament, but he showed up every day, and he kind of said like that I can see him being a captain of the next year's team. He said he was scratching the leadership group even this year, and he was a year younger, but next year he said that he's professional. He's got a great head on his shoulders, thinks the game well. Again, like willing to sacrifice his ego for good of a team. So great leader.
Thomas Galvis, not drafted,
which is shocking.
Okay, so
I keep giving shit to the scouts. I'm like, what are you doing, guys, here? Like, I get he's smaller, like weaker. That was last year. Like, he made a huge jump this year. He's, I don't want to say dominating in the Czech league, but he's playing very well. Like, you notice him. Now, he came to this tournament. That was his third World Juniors. I think everybody noticed him. No, everybody kept talking about him. Like, he is.
Well,
like
two different defensemen, but same boat as Ethan McKenzie, right? Not drafted.
Not drafted, yeah.
And, same thing.
Same thing, and with Ethan was the same thing. He's smaller, blah blah blah. But Mac is he grew.
Yeah.
He is strong. He can skate. He can shoot. He can do all these things. He plays much bigger than his statue shows. And Galvis, obviously offensive defenseman. People are worried how he's gonna defend. He defends just fine. He's smart. He reads the play well. He'll learn how to use the stick better, how to use his feet defensively, and then offensively. You don't even have to tell him anything. You have to keep him on a leash sometimes because he tends to try to do too much. But there's very few guys at his age group who can make plays like he does. No panic.
Okay, you're in Switzerland with the under-18 team. How many players on the under-18 team do you think will be on the junior team next year? Oh boy.
Well, we have some guys in CHL, right? So they weren't in Switzerland.
Okay.
So from CHL, I want to say 2 to 3 could be, and then from the team that we had just in Switzerland, maybe 1.
Right.
Maybe 1, and then we were missing some guys that they were injured or we didn't take to this tournament because they were with their teams. And there would be another 3, maybe 2, 3 that could make it or scratch the surface.
Yeah. And hey, I mean, everyone talked about the roster construction here, and they talk about, and we're going to get into this at 10 o'clock,
And I need a little help here because I told the Duke 2.5 years we've been doing this with you. The first time you ever texted me to say, hey, can we get so-and-so on the show tomorrow?
Yeah.
And you sent me a text and you want to get Jason Greger on the show.
Yeah, I just want to ask him a few questions because he had a really strong opinion on Facebook.
Yeah.
And I didn't agree with it.
Well, and
then he didn't, I don't think he agreed with what I said.
Okay, well.
But I stand by it. There's a reason that, like, I shouldn't care what Canada does. But my son is growing up in a system that's run by Hockey Canada and how it's brought up. I think there is a big issue how we develop players here in Canada. I don't think it's fair to say that that Team Canada, like at the World Juniors, the lack of success is directly connected to minor hockey. That's just unfair. But I think there is things that's connected to it and how we raise players. And I think it starts from, PV and so on.
So that's different developing than to say that Canada could have had 4 or 5 great players that are in the NHL on this team.
Hey, they weren't there. You are like, I hate when people say that and they cry about it. It is what it is. You are such a big country. You have so many players. All the other countries are jealous. You can put 3 teams together like that.
Okay.
It's just, and I'm not going to get into how Team Canada picks their teams. Like, that's not my place to say. There is certain process. I just say from my personal experience. And then, like, the teams I used to face, they played like a team. They were respectful to others. They played like a team. Everybody had their role, and they had the role players on the team. It wasn't they pick like 20 best players or point wise. There was role players. Like, I knew when I went into the game that the 3rd and 4th line, even the first 2, they would forecheck the shit out of us. And like, I kid you not, like when you play Canada, it was like, wow, that's like the best thing that can ever happen. But also you were super nervous because you knew they were coming.
Okay.
I don't know. Like I was just missing those like energy guys on Team Canada, or like I don't know how they construct the.
So we talked about that too, Laddie, for a long time. And there's guys, I don't know if you remember, like Jordan Tutu.
I was just gonna say that, like when you go to Halifax with 84s, or maybe 83s, I don't know, like the birth
date, okay,
yeah, birth date.
Yeah,
I don't know what year it was.
2 or 3,
you will always remember Jordan Tutu running around, people loving it. But
Downey and other guys, like these
Steve
are guys,
Downey, same thing, man. Like I was just missing that, and like I don't want to say the Team Canada had decent tournament, but like when I get into it with Jason, it was like Czech outplayed Canada. Everybody I know will say the same thing, except he said, well, we hit 4 posts and we had breakaways. I don't care about it. Like, I don't need these statistics. Like, I visually looked at the game. The only chance Canada had was on a power play. They created tons of chances on a power play, and it swung the momentum a little bit to on their side. Majority of the game that was played 5-on-5, Czech outplayed them. Just flat out outplayed them. They outchanced them. They out-forechecked them. They were just the better team. And like, I didn't expect it at all, but like, again, like I shouldn't care about Canada as much because I'm Czech, but I do see problems. And and then we got into the minor hockey here about coaching and parents. And I agree with him a little bit more on that front.
Lots to discuss. We're going to do that when we come back at top of the hour with Jason Greger, host of the Jason Greger Show from 2 till 6. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update. Brought to you by First Round. And Sundays even got better. Well, Saturdays. They've got games on Saturdays for the NFL. You can win a helmet or a jersey. Plus, you can enjoy the Pro Bowl brunch only at Edmonton's NFL headquarters. That is First Round right here in the mall that has it all on Bourbon Street or downtown on 104th Avenue. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers. They're in Winnipeg taking on the Jets tonight. Connor McDavid comes in on a 16-game point streak. The Jets winless in their past 10. Puck drop scheduled for 6 o'clock. Pre-game coverage beginning right here on Sports 1440 at 5. 11 other games around the NHL, including Boston hosting Calgary, Vancouver in Detroit, Florida taking on Montreal, Toronto plays the Flyers, Rangers hosting Buffalo at Madison Square Garden, and Colorado faces the Senators. News out of the NFL this morning, Miami Dolphins firing head coach Mike McDaniel. McDaniel's been with the team for 4 seasons, making the playoffs in each of the first 2. That leaves now 8 vacant head coaching positions around the league. College football playoff semifinal kicking off tonight in Arizona with the Fiesta Bowl. Number 6 seeded Ole Miss playing number 10 Miami with a berth in the national championship on the line. Kickoff at 5:30. Finally, just 4 games in the association tonight. Charlotte hosting Indiana, Miami in Chicago to play the Bulls, Minnesota playing Cleveland, and the Jazz welcome in the Mavericks. Coming up in hour 4, the Kevin Karius Show. We'll be joined by Jason Greger of The Jason Greger Show, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, the Stingray radio station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
The BCHL All-Star Game is coming to the Thompson Family Arena in Spruce Grove. The league's best players will go head-to-head in 2 exciting games, January 16th and 17th. The BCHL College Prospects Game takes place on Friday, January 16th at 7 p.m., while the premier matchup will see Canada take on the world on Saturday, January 17th at 7:30 p.m. For ticket inquiries and excellent group ticket packages, go to tickets.sgsaints.ca.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
No fluff, no fillers, just pure entertainment. Sports 1440 brings the heat with bold opinions, big personalities, and Edmonton's fiercest fans. This is your turf. This is Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at Tap 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the Center Bar. Plus, catch this fall's biggest games. Every goal, every tackle, every home run. River Creek is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Game day sauce.
Buddy, quit rolling up to the bar and looking like it's grade 9 grad and you're wearing your dad's old work suit. Do yourself a favor and call Game Day Suits.
Game Day Suits is Alberta-based and makes fully customizable, made-to-order suits. Perfect for hockey teams, wedding parties, or even the office crew. Book your free consultation at GameDaySuits.ca.
I'm rocking one right now. I look deadly.
You know they can't see you, right?
Okay, Mr. Announcer, you want to go, tough guy?
Game Day Suits.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:02 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you here on Sports 1440. Time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. And at Fountain Tire, we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. From tires and wheels to oil changes and vehicle repairs, we have you covered. Visit fountaintire.com to book your appointment today as we welcome in Jason Greger, the host of the Jason Greger Show from 2 to 6. Morning, Gregs. Ladislav Schmid's been doing this show for 2.5 years with me in the morning on Thursdays. It's the first time ever that he has requested a guest, and that guest is you, big guy.
Oh, I'm honored.
Who else? He's all over the city. I see him everywhere. Listening to him everywhere. So might as well be on the show.
Might as well be on the show. Okay, laddie, you were the one that kind of requested this.
Yeah.
You guys want to talk? You guys have a lot of comments and opinions on things. I want to let you start things off. You can ask Griggs something, and he can have his response, and we'll take it from there and move on from there.
Yeah, just when it comes to World Juniors, like there is a lot of every year. If hockey, if Team Canada is not successful at World Juniors, people will go back to where's the problem? What is the problem? Is it minor hockey? How we raise the kids these days? Like I said before, I shouldn't care that much, but I do. Like I live in Canada now. My son goes through the same process.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to one day make a national team. He wants to play for Czech though. But yeah, like, so where do you see your the problem with Canadian hockey or World Juniors? Is it all connected, or do you think it's just separate things? Minor hockey and then World Juniors got its own problems.
Yeah, I think if there's issues at minor hockey, that's minor hockey issues. Like, because if we go to get to minor hockey, to get to the World Juniors, you got to play U17, you got to play U18. And for the last 2 years, Canada's dominated there. They actually at U17, because Canada sends 2 teams to the U17, they actually finished first and second in 25, and then they won gold in 24. U18 has won gold in 24 and 25. And I know the World Juniors, went 2 years without a medal, and they got a bronze this year. And, they went 6-1. And hey, Czechia was a better team. Like I look at it that now the one difference between the U17 and the U18 Canadian team to the U20 is that 7 guys, 6 were in the NHL, and Pittsburgh wasn't even playing Brunicky. And so that's another guy. There's 7 guys that you could have played. Like if Celebrini and Schaefer are on the team, they're probably pretty good. But you're not going to win every year. Like Canada, funny enough, from 93 to 97, they won 5 golds in a row. And then they went 7 years without winning gold and then won 5 golds in a row. Like it's, did something change during those 7 years? You know what? Sometimes you make bad decisions. Like last year's team, I thought they left some quality players at home. And this year, you know what? They didn't have as long of a training camp. They kind of finalized their team early and they played well, but Czechia played better for one game, right? Just like I thought Sweden played better than Czechia in the gold medal game. So I don't think there's really anything wrong with it that connects. Now, if we want to talk about, the minor hockey system in Canada, and are there some challenges? Yeah, of course there's some challenges. And usually it's because we get too many adults in the way making some bad decisions, my personal opinion on it. But overall, like I can only kind of speak from my minor hockey experience with my son, and I'm coaching, I'm heavily involved in it. And it's the problems become bigger if you choose to make the problems bigger. And I think one of the biggest problems we have is all these associations at a young age are trying to find out who's the next great player. And 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds are being tiered, and suddenly your tier 1 team or your AA U9 team gets way more ice time than kids in tier 1 or tier 2. Well, that's kind of stupid to me, right? Like, why are we assuming that those kids automatically are going to be the best kids down the road? But that would be my own beef about that.
Laddie, you want to counterpoint here?
Yeah. So I'll start with the World Juniors. You're mentioning U17, U18. I coached both, and I coach World Juniors. You cannot compare U20 to U17, U18. That's kids hockey, U17, U18. You can get away with individualities. At the U20, you cannot. You have to play a certain way. You have to play as a team. And you can have some individualities on the team, but they still have to obey by the rules of the team. That's what I saw the biggest difference. Team Canada last few years. I don't think they play like a team. That's my personal opinion. And I'm not saying they had a bad tournament. They had a decent tournament, but you expect probably a little bit more. And making excuses that, we are missing 6-7 guys from the NHL. Guys, you're Canada. You can put 3 teams together that can all play for gold. That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. I get it's more challenging. Like I think European teams have an advantage because we do camps in the summer. We bring the guys together. They have a chance to play the tournaments before all together in the summer before they go to CHL. So there is an advantage to that for sure. I get it. But again, like I think Canada can do a little bit better job. I told this to Kevin, and like Czech, we struggled mightily, and we might again. You know, like we don't produce as many players. So what we have, we know if we want to have any kind of chance to compete against Canada or US, it all has to be, you need stability. You need a coach that's going to be there for a while, who's got a vision that keeps the group together. Kind of, the system doesn't change from year to year. That I think it starts there. The message is the same: team first all the time. Like I said, we don't produce as many players, but we don't pick necessarily the best guys based on points. Like we could have. I know that I talked to the head coach, and he could have taken different guys to different positions, but he chose not to because he's got a vision. And last 3 years, it showed. It's not by accident that we won bronze, and silver. But it was. I think it's starting with stability of the coaching staff. Like I feel like Canada, they pick coach for this year, pick another coach for this year. I just again I don't want to. It's not my place to criticize. I like Canada. Like I'm raising my kids here. Like my kid is still in the minor hockey here, but I just feel the Canada can do a little bit more. Like why don't they hire a coach?
So let's look at that. Let's look at that, Griggs. And Hockey Canada has never really gone down this road.
Never.
For a 3-year, let's just call it a 3-year commitment. And they recycle these guys. Why do they not bring in, and Hockey Canada, everyone knows, is in disarray, and it's been for a long time. But why don't they go this route then, Griggs, and go and commit to someone, and even a GM that is a younger guy that's 30, instead of recycling the Camerons and the Hunters and guys like that?
Well, Alan Miller is the GM of everything, right? So they've had that. But I guess you could, now they have in the past had coaches go back-to-back years before. That's happened before. And I don't know if they've ever went 3. I'd have to look back on that. But
think so, no.
You know what? There's probably something that could be good to that. You're going to change the players, but the coach has a philosophy that could be consistent, and I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't be against it, but I don't know if that's going to stop you from always having the same veteran guys. Like you always, they don't bring in a ton of young coaches. Now I don't know if, like, I looked at the Canada game and I just thought Czechia played really well. Sometimes, you know what, give him credit. And Laddie's right. Like Czechia is the only country I think that's medaled in all the last 3 years of the World Juniors. Now they went like 15 years by doing nothing. So so it's good that they've come back and they have a vision on where they want to go. And this, people are going to get upset for it. I think the World Junior gets overhyped for a 7-game tournament. Like I love it. I love it for what it is, but people want to make assessments on players. Like people are now trying to say Gavin McKinnon's not a very good player. I'm like, he had 14 points at the tournament, for God's sakes. What are we talking about here? Like
TSN has done that. TSN.
They just try to, but think about it, guys. No one at this time last year was even mentioning that Matthew Schaefer was going to be a dominant NHL player. Yeah. Why do we always have to break down the players? They're kids, for God's sakes. He's 17. Well, now he's 18. And you're going to tell me that, oh my God, well, he's not a dominant player. No one said Celebrini was going to be 3rd in the NHL his second year in scoring. Like, because people don't know. I don't love wanting to hammer on kids, because guess what? I remember when they actually ripped on McDavid because he didn't dominate at his first World Junior tournament either. Like, it's kind of stupid, to be honest, in my opinion. It's a 7-game tournament at most. So sometimes you're going to, and it's young players, right? They're still young, like 18. Hey, just because you're 18 or 19, you might want to play more of a system, and that's fair, but that doesn't mean that they're mature enough to do it all the time. Heck, there's 25-year-old NHLers that can't do it. So I love the tournament. If Canada wants to have a better plan, I'd be okay with it. But I didn't like people trying to say, well, minor hockey is the reason Canada hasn't won. Give me a break. I don't see the connection there at all.
Yeah, I said it in my post too. Like I don't think there is direct. There is problems for sure, but it's not direct connection. But I agree, but criticizing McKenna too much is a little bit maybe crazy. But it does show you this tournament. It's a high pressure tournament, like all eyes on him. But it shows you something about the player. Like I get that he got 14 points, but
who did he get him against? And
exactly,
I had 3 points in the bronze medal game.
Yeah, bronze medal.
That's bronze medal game though.
I don't know, man. Like there is something to it, but I wouldn't. Like, did you watch Stenberg from Sweden?
Oh, I really liked him. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the guy.
But I'll just say
he
this:
was the driver of the team. And like,
Yes.
I guess you cannot make like Kevin McKenna all eyes on him past 3 years. So like, if one tournament doesn't go his way totally, that everybody expected bigger things, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. It's it is what it is. It's not fair just based on the whole season on 7 games or I agree. The other thing I want to talk about, man, is the structure of the team. And I know last year people were upset that some Canadian kids were left home. This year, there's got to be a different thing. What I was saying in my post to you is Canada used to have clear identity. Like I told you, when I play World Juniors against Canada, it was like Christmas. And for every team, it is like Christmas playing Canada, especially in North America. But those teams that I played, and one of them was, I think, 2005 in North Dakota. That was like,
it was one of the best World Junior teams ever.
Man, like the team, and there were so many individualities. Like you can look up the roster. There is Hall of Famers. They played like a team, man. Like and like I people can think, oh, you're crazy. No, it matters. They play like a team. They play the right way. Even the biggest names. And I talk about it with Kyle Chipchura the other day. Like when he looked at the roster, he's like, yeah, like who was it? Ryan Getzlaff, Corey Perry. He's like, Getzlaff on his team in WHL, he didn't have to hit. He was just carrying the puck the whole time. But he went to World Juniors and he was hitting people. There was Patrice Bergeron, same thing. Mike Richards, hitting people. Doing the little things, little details that knew that they would, push them even more above the other teams. I just don't see it. Last few years, it's all about the skill, all about this and that. And I just don't see the old Canada. And you can say all you want, the game is changing and blah, blah, this, blah, blah. No, the hockey has been invented. There's no need to reinvent it again. Like I just feel those kids don't want to play certain way. It's too hard. You have to put aside your ego. Points don't matter anymore. It's all about a team. I just don't think all of these kids are wired that way.
You could be right. I do think, though, like if you watch the NHL, look at the NHL now compared to 2005. And all you got to do is go look at hits in the NHL of 2005 till now. Like unless it does change in the playoffs. Playoffs is where everybody's physical. But the regular season games now, everybody's a puck possession team, laddie. Like you probably as a defenseman in 05, it was chip and chase, dump and chase. You're going back it and smashing the glass all the time. No one does that anymore. Even a lot of them have.
Tell me who won the Stanley Cup? Who went to the Stanley Cup finals last 3 years at the way they play?
I
so
agree.
do you want to be a regular season player, or you want to be a Stanley Cup champion?
Yeah, Florida's work, no question. Right now, and even Edmonton when they got to the playoffs, they were. I don't disagree with you, but it does seem that hockey in general has less. It's everybody talks about possession, and it makes sense if you have the puck more, but you have to have players willing to do it, and then you have to have a coach who's going to implement it. And I think 2 years ago, Canada lost at the World Juniors because they didn't bring their most skilled team because they tried to bring in, role player guys who would be more physical, and it didn't work. So then they switched back. So that maybe goes back to the point that you've got to find out what you want to play and just say, we're going to play the way we want to play. We're not going to change every year. So I think there's some validity to that, if you're trying to change styles every year, it doesn't seem like you have a long-term plan.
Yeah. Like that's my point. Exactly, man. Like if you're going to hire a coach with a vision, like obviously it would have to be a big process, but you have really good coaches here, but just give him the kind of like the green light. This is your project. You're responsible for it for 2 or 3 years. You're responsible how you're going to play, what players you're gonna pick. Obviously, he has to surround himself. It probably starts from the GM. He hires the coach,
GM
and
will have
then
a big
But like you have so many resources and so many like former like great players that understand hockey. Like it's like I know like maybe next year you're gonna win the gold and then you're gonna win it next 5 years. It might change, but like I'm just saying just like I'm just saying like I don't think there is time to waste time anymore. Like it's been 3 years now, kind of thing, and like I would just like to see some stability and vision.
I look at it too. It just, and again, we're linking two things that are tough to link, and that's World Juniors and minor hockey.
I don't like them at all, to be honest.
Yeah, they're difficult and almost impossible to link. But that's what our conversation is sort of kind of morphed into here. Well, the difference in minor hockey now, Laddie, is that it's more individual.
That's what I was going to say. That
it's more individual with the players trying to promote themselves to do something down the road, whether it be and it's mostly at academies. Let's be honest, it's mostly at academies instead of focus on being developed properly by coaches that are looking to grab that kid and that cash for hockey academies instead of developing them properly and focusing on coaching to be different and as in the sense as a team and things like that instead of that individuality.
I feel bad for these kids, man. Like I see a big problem because I coach in one of those academies, and what I didn't agree with, the guy I coach with, he was bringing scouts, and scouts were talking to these players what they're looking for. So what do you think is going to happen? Well, they're going to play like a bunch of individual a-holes because they're trying to satisfy the scout. But I can promise you, if you play a good team game and you play certain way and your team is successful, trust me, those scouts are smart enough. They've done it for a long time. They will see it within the team. And they want guys in the NHL who are willing to play the team game. I know, and again, that you're going to have superstars that they're on their own kind of thing. That's like a 5%. But the rest of the team needs to play like a team. But if we are like seriously, like you said, in the minor hockey, it starts with crazy parents who are like keeping the stats and like, oh, you didn't have points, or you have. It's teaching teaching these bad habits, like wrong mindset, and then you're like. Yeah, like it starts there with me. Then if you don't, I don't know, Jason didn't agree with it that much. I think the coach is a big thing too. Like there's not enough qualified coaches too, and that's scary. That's why I want to be overlooking what my son is doing, because I know if I'm lucky, like I have a good guy that I coach with, but I see other coaches too.
The link here too, though, that it is how players are developed, and once they get to the World Junior Griggs, that's the link. It's how players are developed.
Like, is it more that they're like more selfish these days, and then they like if they're brought up in that environment all the way to like 17, 18, you cannot all of a sudden switch to like a team game. Like I talked to the
the link. That's the argument here.
Like I talked to the head coach of the U20, and he told me, like he said, I think, Lottie, that some guys are going from Czech to CHL just because it's a bit easier. In sense that in Czech, we know we have just a little sample of the players. So what we are trying to do is teach them to play the right way, play for a team, and you're drilling them, and you're kind of hard on them. You hold them accountable. Here, I see the shift a little bit in a favor of players. They're given a longer leash, because here it's all about, well, I don't want to lose the player. I don't want to hurt his feelings and all this stuff. And I know there's a fine balance. But if you want to succeed, you have to hold people accountable.
Griggs, you want to close it out here as we wrap it up?
Yeah, it's, that comes down to an individual. I think as a coach, and you're never, I can tell you 20, 30 years ago, there was always parents, there was always coaches, there was always associations, there was always people that are going to be, trying to look out for number one. That's not new to this generation of kids. I think it's maybe more like, you know, you never used to have stats online that kids could go look at, but like I know this year, some leagues, some associations just took the stats offline, and their stats aren't online. And because sadly, you know, there's some people running penalty boxes that are adding assists to their kids, which is comical to me. Like, why you would do that, I have no idea.
Oh, but it was in check when I was growing up too.
Yeah, so that's always happened, right? Like, you're never going to weed those people out. I'm a big believer, Laddie. I think there should be more coaching mentors in associations to help the lower tiers of tier 2 and 3 and 4, because you have hockey's a late developing sport. It's still proven to be a late developing sport. And if we only focus on the small kids who are in AA or tier 1 or whatever tier there is at a young age, and then it's all just parent coaches, and some of the parent coaches, God love them, they do their best, but they don't have the wherewithal to find all the stuff. I know they say, well, you can get the drill on Hockey Canada's website. Yeah, but that doesn't explain the nuances of the drill. You should have a coaching mentor in each association, I believe, that goes around and talks to all the tiers and then helps them out and says, okay, here's your practice plans for the first few months. Any questions? Let's go over it. Here we go. I think that would benefit a lot of kids. And it would take a lot of work to implement it the first time. But then a lot of the drills are just because you don't need too many drills. The one thing I learned, Schmieder, was having too many drills during the season hurts. Like, I watch the Oilers. They do a lot of the same drills all year long because players know what they're doing. It works on stuff. You can tweak a little part of it, but you don't need to introduce new drills all the time because it means that you're smarter. It actually just confuses your players.
I totally agree, man. Like, less drills better. Like, when I coach my kid, like, I don't even have to write it down anymore because they know the drills. And like, we are rotating maybe like 12 to 15 drills. And that's even maybe even less. And they're just familiar. And then you're looking for the details and all this stuff. I like the mentor stuff. Like, again, I'm going to bring Czech back. So because we are a small country, we can do this, right? Like, you don't have to travel all over Canada. But I like that idea because we have that in Czech. So the head coach of U18, U20, and the men's national team, they go every 2 weeks. They go around teams, junior teams, and they give them their practice plans. And then they watch how they execute it. And then they come again next month and they see, like, has there been progress, or like, how is it going? But like, we are trying to all be on the same page. And I know it's impossible in Canada, but I like the thing that you said. Bring some mentors to teach these coaches, give them some drills, tell them what to look for. Because honestly, Gregor, you can make like the stupidest, simplest drill, but there is always something that you can like get better at. But those kids need to know what to look for, what they should be doing, right? I agree. It's a great idea.
Guys, I think we could talk about this for hours for sure. I know you got stuff to do, Greg's heading into the station here and stuff, but thanks for coming on and accepting Laddie's little request here.
Hey, buddy, anytime. Hey,
love it.
I got it confirmed at the Oil Kings on the 25th. It's wrestling night.
That's right.
Eddie Steele is in, and he's seeing if you two jabronis are going to step up. Wanted me to put out a little challenge to you guys.
I don't think Eddie's in. Actually, I'm in.
No, Eddie's in too. You're in too, Karius? Oh, even better.
Oh my God. Are you going to fight Eddie?
I'm not going to fight Eddie. I'm going to take down Fatty.
Maybe it'll be Schmieder and Karius versus Eddie Steele. Come on.
He would kill him.
Yeah, he would kill us.
Never mind. Never mind, Greg's. Eddie's got to play defense tonight for the Critters.
I know. He told me. He told me he was at home rolling out, getting ready for the game.
Hey, I got turned down. I offer my services, and they said, "No, this is not the game for you. This is more of a show."
Schmieder, they don't go off the glass and out in Critters. Okay, it's tape to tape passes. You and Struddy aren't allowed to play. Yeah. No turnovers. No shot blocking either.
Yeah. Oh, there is shot blocking.
By accident.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Flamingoing it.
Thanks, Greg. Have a good
Thanks,
show today.
Yeah, boys. Have a good one.
Jason Gregor of the Jason Gregor Show. You'll hear him today at 2:00 till I guess it's not till 5. Yeah, the post-game or pre-game show starts at 5. Yeah, for Oilers and Jets tonight, 5:00. That's the Puck Report brought to you by Fountain Tire. And again, we focus on one thing, and it is your vehicle. Check them out at fountaintire.com and book your appointment today. when we come back. We got to do in or out, laddie. We're behind schedule here.
I'm sorry. I forgot to say one more thing.
Oh, okay.
My 11-year-old son came to me.
Yeah.
And the rule is that if you want to represent Czech and you were born somewhere else, you need to play there. Even if you have a passport, you need to play there for 2 years. So my son came to me the other day, and he has been thinking about this for months because it was a conversation months ago with Matty Hayda, the guy we billeting. He was asking if he can represent. So we told him, like, you would have to play 2 years in Czech to represent Czech, right? And my son heard it. So now in his head, he wants to go to Czech and play. Like, he is so serious this past week that he's like forcing me to move back to Czech to play there. He's like, Dad, I think the development there is better. I want to play for World Junior team for Czech. I'm Czech. Like, he'll obviously cheers for Canada too, but like I'm Czech first, and I know they can prepare me for that. Like, he's 11, man. It's crazy. Like, he has this in his head.
Oh, man, too young.
Yeah, I know. Crazy.
We're back with In or Out with Laddie Schmid, Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440. We're back after the break.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Did you know the Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
Visit thebrick.com and use our store locator to find a Brick store near you.
Edmonton's only 24-hour-a-day sports radio station can be heard anytime, anywhere. Sports 1440 is streaming on your phone, your tablet, your computer. Download an app today and listen to Sports 1440.
It's the place for you, Honda. It's the place for service too. I love it. I love my Honda place. Would you buy? Would you buy? Would you buy? It's the place.
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
It's the place for you, Honda. It's the place for service too. I love it. I love my Honda place. Would you buy? Would you buy? Would you buy?
Do you have the
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:32 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Schmid with you in our Sports 1440 studios. Oilers in Winnipeg tonight, just on the ice for the morning skate. Tony Brar reporting that Cal Pickard will play goal. Played really well against Winnipeg in Winnipeg just over a week ago. Ragul is coming out of the lineup. Stillman's going in. We'll play with Emberson. Frederick is the guy that's coming in as we suspected yesterday on that fourth line with Lazar and Janmark. Roslovic, Savoy, and Howard will stick together on that third line. We'll see how long it lasts. All right, time now for Are You In or Out?
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke, Letterbuck.
It is game day for the Edmonton Oilers out in Winnipeg playing the Jets. Adam Henrique placed on injured reserve yesterday for the team, which, unfortunate for the player. He's expected out till after the upcoming Olympic break, but it does come as a bit of a blessing in disguise for the Oilers to assess some of the other roster pieces that they have available to them.
For sure, I'm in. You hate bad luck on anyone or an injury on anyone, but
yeah, but like you get already big of a sample half of the season
for Henrique, you mean, or what are you talking about?
For other players too.
Yeah, but Henrique he's been way worse than the other guys.
Yeah, like
with way more opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. But those guys had opportunity since the beginning of the season too. So like, yeah, I guess they got to get.
Hey, let's be honest, laddie. I mean, if Henrique isn't killing penalties, he's probably in the same boat as Frederick and Mangiapane.
Yeah,
where he's probably.
I get. Yeah, I get it, but my point is like, yeah, like he's not having the best season, but the other guys are not having the best season. So now when he went down, you think they're gonna pick it up all of a sudden?
Well, maybe
they were played in the top 6 position,
but maybe it's a guy like now, maybe Howard and gets more of a look on a third line situation.
Do you think Howard is a third? Like for me, if you don't play Howard in the top 6, like I think he's a top 6 guy. Not. I would like my third and fourth line being more like a role player line and not Isaac Howard.
I've said a long time, I want to see RNH at 3C. And if Howard can go up and play
in a perfect world, yeah. But again, Howard would have to fill that role. Is he ready for it yet?
He's better since he's on the call up.
Yeah, he's better.
He's figured things out a little more.
Like Nooch, yeah, my man, in a perfect world. But Nooch,
he can't break up the first line the way it's going right now.
Yeah,
but I just think like with the opportunity that Henrique has had, and maybe this is a good reset for him. He takes 7 weeks off. Comes back and he comes back on a fourth line role and penalty kills.
He should be fourth line.
Where we are.
Yeah.
So.
Should be.
For me, this hinges almost exclusively on the penalty kill role part. That is largely in his ability to win faceoffs the sole reason he has remained in the lineup, because the rest of his play has not been up to the standard that the team probably expected of him this year, and I'm sure he expects of himself. But minutes are valuable, and we always talk about how special teams impact a player's minutes throughout the course of a game. Like if the Oilers get a ton of power plays or take a ton of penalties, all of a sudden these other players that don't play in those situations get lost in the shuffle a lot of the time. So, no Adam Henrique, someone else has to fill those minutes. Now, are you going to try to get somebody else, like turn them into a penalty killer? Maybe not, but another penalty killer you have, they can get more of their minutes on the PK, perhaps opening up more 5-on-5 minutes for some of these other players to get longer looks, like Ike Howard, whether it's in a bottom 6 role, top 6 role. Curtis Lazar, going to get a shot to take a hold of the fourth line center role. His game in the bottom 6 is one that actually has been up to snuff in this recent stretch of underperformance on those bottom 2 lines. So the reset for Henrique is a very valid point, and I think one that is well taken. But just like it's a spot that he hadn't quite relinquished just yet, but now he's forced to relinquish it due to the injury. We'll see how the rest of the players respond and maybe can seize a few extra minutes that maybe are made available to them in some form or another.
I mean, the other thing too, let's pretend that Henrique doesn't get hurt. The only reason that Frederick's back in
tonight is because Henry got
100%.
hurt. So it's opportunity.
So it's an opportunity for Freddie. And an assessment, yeah, we have assessed Frederick and Mangiapane all season long, and the assessment has not been very kind to him. But maybe this is an opportunity this time around. We're not,
might be a lost opportunity. They got
beating the horse dead here. Wishing it was a glue factory at this point that Frederick can seize what's in front of him. On the Jets side of things, winless in their past 10 questions, kind of starting to bubble up a little bit at head coach Scott Arniel and his job security. I just don't think that if he does end up getting fired, it is going to come in any immediate future. And I'll actually say not even until the NHL's trade deadline in early March. Until he were to be let go.
I don't even see he gets fired this year.
I think could they assess it at the end of the season? Yeah. I think that is maybe the most realistic possibility.
I think after the season. That's what I see. There, yeah. And after the season they had last year to this.
It's just like 2 years ago with the Rangers.
Yeah, exactly.
They missed the playoffs after President's Trophy. So yeah.
It is what it is. They're having a bad year.
They're
injuries.
They only got one line going. That's it.
Yeah.
They only have one line going. And Morrissey's a top-level defenseman. And Hellebuck hasn't been as good as... Maybe Hellebuck masked some problems last year. Not problems, but
I think he masked a lot.
You win a game where now we had the numbers that... I don't think he brought the numbers up, but when we had Dan Robertson on talking about his numbers are the lowest that we've ever seen.
And for Hellebuck.
Hellebuck.
Yeah.
His numbers. And they're still not bad.
They're still not bad.
Like this season, it's crazy to say, and for the Jets, there's very little silver lining here, but maybe for the fan base, a little bit of vindication on Connor Hellebuck winning the MVP, because this is largely the exact same team. Sure, they aren't playing as well, but it maybe goes to show that the level Hellebuck was playing at did mask a lot more underlying issues than we perhaps thought existed.
Well, you take away Ehlers, they were talking even last year, they're missing number 2 centerman.
And then they lose another top 6 forward and don't really add one, right?
Yeah, you don't.
You add Jonathan Taves at 37 years old.
Yeah,
38.
that's a third line centerman now, in my opinion.
They're just trying to get Perfetti going. They need him going.
Yeah. But again, you don't have a second line centerman. Who did they play there? Namestnikov?
Yes, some nights for sure. And like we talked with Dan, they tried to make Taves do it at times too, and it's like this is not going to work.
Not working. No.
We've talked about it quite a bit this morning, but some sad news from the world of hockey as Hall of Fame goaltender Glenn Hall passed away at the age of 94. Calder Trophy, 3-time Vezina winner. Conn Smythe, one of 6 players to ever win it on the losing side when he was with the St. Louis Blues back in the 60s. His record, consecutive starts, 502 regular season games, 552 if you include the playoffs in there as well. I think it's the most under-discussed, underappreciated, underrated record in all of sports.
Never going to be broken.
I mean, for sure.
It's crazy.
Yeah, never be broken. I mean, when you compare it, like Brett Favre was just under 300 for consecutive game starts.
And so I did a little Google search just to see what some other... No AI, just like actual written articles. Maybe they were written with AI, I don't know, about unbreakable records or records we don't talk about enough. And there are some that are obviously very impressive. We talk about Pete Rose's hits. Byron Nelson won 11 PGA events in a row. But so in this list from this one specific site, they include Cal Ripken's consecutive games played in the MLB and Brett Favre's consecutive games played. But they do not have Glenn Hall's thing on here, which I think is preposterous. You're the goalie, and he did it not wearing a mask.
American, and it's just not hockey.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Wayne Gretzky's on the list for his point total, and this is a list of records that'll never be broken. Absolutely, Hall's deserves to be on here. Goalies don't even play 65 games in a season, let alone 7 straight years, essentially of not missing a game.
Some of the Americans will probably be Wayne who. Let's be honest. Yeah, they don't care about hockey.
But yeah, just such an impressive accomplishment. And by all, we heard from Johnny Busick, lots of texts come in. Great man, very kind with his time. And, the hockey accomplishments certainly speak for themselves.
What was number 1 on that list that you have, Duke?
Byron Nelson.
For
records that'll never be broken. And then this is a different
one. What record did he set?
He won 11 PGA events in a row.
11?
11 PGA events in a row.
That'll never happen again.
And that's just something consecutively on your
No,
list?
that was just records that'll never be broken. This one is the top 5 most underrated records in sports, and Wayne Gretzky is number 1 on this for his assists. Because we're up here, we're very familiar with it. Without ever scoring a goal, Wayne Gretzky would still be the league's all-time leader in points.
Yeah, I just punched up a quick list here, and it's in baseball. Cy Young, 749 complete games, 511 wins.
Pretty good.
Jesus.
Like now, if a guy
throws like 1 complete game a year,
he's a hero.
Seriously. That's crazy.
It is. No Thursday night football, at least at the NFL level. The semifinal of the college football playoff starts tonight with Ole Miss and Miami down in Arizona. But we are just a couple days away from Wild Card Weekend kicking off in the NFL. The playoffs getting underway. Saturday night, Bears and Packers game is the marquee matchup of this 6-game weekend.
I'm out.
Why is it a marquee matchup?
I mean, you know what? The last time they met, the Bears should have never won that game.
Why not?
Oh, late touchdown, onside kick. Come on now.
Sounds like good execution.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God.
They were lucky to win that game. For me, it's just one game and one game only, and I don't know why. I just think it's going to be a hell of a game, and that's the Eagles and the Niners. For me,
I knew you were going to pick that.
Yep.
I would go with that too.
The Niners, half of their team is not playing due to injury.
So
it doesn't matter. Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Hardy.
God forbid a white man have a little movement out there.
He can make it happen, man.
He's excellent. I love watching him.
He's
a lot of fun.
smart, man. Like it should be a good one. My team is Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, to me, that's the sneaky one. Is the Bills and Jags.
I agree. I think that will be a great game. But if we're talking about marquee and like draw and attention, it's still Jacksonville.
Is it for you?
It's like Jacksonville.
Is it for you, Marquee?
Who cares about Jacksonville? The Bears and Packers, historic rivalry. NFC North from Soldier Field. Might be snowing in Chicago. Everything it's the closest
Did
spread.
you check Did you check the weather report or what?
We had a Bear guy on right before you got it.
Of course.
It's the closest spread of the weekend.
Is it still going on between you two guys?
Yeah, but they screwed me over. Eddie screwed me over. Josh screwed me over.
What do you mean?
Well,
because they were doing picks.
Yeah.
Well, maybe don't go on a vacation.
Or
took a couple days off.
I gave Kevin the chance. I'm like, Kevin, before you go for these days off, do you want to make picks? And he's like, rah, 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 rah. And then all of a sudden he leaves. He can't get out of here fast enough at 10:55. He's out the door before. He's out the door before I'm even done my last update of the show.
Yeah.
And
so you're losing.
So I lean to the other assets I have, which was Josh going into the Christmas break, and then Eddie last Friday, and
Eddie Seward.
And they both went over. Both of them missed all their picks.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, Eddie Seward me
on purpose.
Yeah,
no, he just doesn't know anything about football.
But
that's
hey, but on the one weekend I went 9-0-1 against Old Man Baker.
But you're still down by like 15.
No, I'm maybe 4 or 5.
Oh, only.
Yeah, well,
was he quiet?
Oh, as a church mouse.
Was he choked?
Oh, I came in.
Were you glowing?
No, I just came in.
Kevin walks in.
He cannot even hold it back now.
That same smug smile on his face. He's just a couple of head turns each direction. I can envision exactly how Kevin looked showing up at the in-laws' house that Sunday night.
I agree, man.
No.
I'm excited for a fifth one, and it's not a food question.
Okay.
Lastly, today. No food question.
Oh.
We'll hopefully dip back into the food stuff next week, but this was just too tempting to pass up. It's National Bubble Bath Day. Now, if I had to pick one person that would be out on what I'm about to say, it probably would be Kevin. But baths, they're repulsive. There is nothing appealing about taking a traditional bubble bath.
And that's why you're single.
What?
How about set up the mood
with
little candles, bubble bath. Get the lady ready for the later action. You don't have that game. I can see it on you. That's why you were living just with 2 cats.
Baths are disgusting.
Laddie, I'm in with you too.
Thanks, buddy.
That's right. I have the nice with the bubbles.
Yep.
Sometimes you put the nice salts in there, Laddie.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
You were literally sitting in a bucket of your own filth.
Oh my God.
First of all, you're not going in there like after you worked a week in the field, Duke.
Why not? That's how some people.
Well, no, go have a shower first.
Go have a shower.
So you're gonna have a shower before than just sitting in a pool of water that gets tepid in temperature within 10 minutes.
It doesn't get tepid in temperature.
Oh my God.
What kind of tub have you got, Duke?
Seriously.
Well, because like we're not.
Where did you buy your tub?
So the difference here is if you have like say a jacuzzi or something that is cycling water. Like I love a hot tub. I'll sit in a hot tub for like 8 hours straight.
Do you live in a pig barn or something? That's what you use where the pig eats.
What?
Clean up your bathtub,
that's
maybe
silver-
clean it
just
up and fill it with the clean water.
A big
and
metal
it's a clean...
trough, just a big metal trough. That's what I grew up taking a bath in. But no, like a traditional bathtub, a regular bathtub in most homes, doesn't have jacuzzi jets.
No,
it's
and why do you
fill
need it?
To cycle the water.
Why do you need to cycle the water?
Because it's disgusting.
Keep your tub clean,
the
and
tub-
the water that comes out is also
Laddie,
clean. Maybe
you
take
know-
a shower. Oh, it's all three things are clean. Where's
Do
the
you know
film?
how dirty the human body is just on like
Oh my
a
God.
day-to-day basis? So you don't have
I
to,
shower 3 times a day. I'm not very dirty.
that's very good for you.
Yeah,
And
not for my skin, but yeah, I like
That's-
to be clean and
there
not
you
sweaty.
go.
But getting back to the original point, like think about this, Duke. You get the rose petals,
Yeah.
the candles,
and
you. Put
I
it
also
this-
don't think it's very comfortable.
Well, I don't know.
You're not giving yourself. You just lost a huge part of women again. Like you're not helping yourself. So like
I
this
don't
guy
think
is not
so.
romantic. He's
I
not
don't
trying to
think so.
set up the mood. What are you doing here? What are we doing here? But
You know,
Duke,
what-
we
the
need
other
to
thing
teach him
too-
one or two things.
There's nothing better than a good cigar in the bathtub, and you got to, well, not for you
What?
anymore. Oh, yeah. A nice cigar and maybe a glass of scotch or a wine.
Wine?
Or a.
Oh my! What are you, a
Cognac.
middle-aged woman? What are we talking
Oh,
about here?
This
So
guy-
who are you targeting?
This guy
Have a
just doesn't
shower.
know.
Have a shower. Sit on the couch. Smoke your cigar. Drink your whiskey, like a normal person.
And that's why he doesn't get laid.
Cozy up to your
That's
sweet.
exactly the
Cozy up
reason.
on the couch to your sweet lady. Put your arm around her. Pull her in close. Throw something on.
You can do it every day.
Throw
But
a,
when you
throw a
surprise
rom-com
her-
on the
Yeah.
TV. Get her laughing.
Hey, don't
That-
And again, the
Don't listen to him.
bubbles and the salts. She would love that, Duke.
Yeah.
She would love it.
Well, who are we talking about? This
Yeah.
this mysterious woman made out of air. Come on, Duke. Like honestly, like, there's no help. Is there help for him?
No,
No,
no.
Like
We've
zero.
tried. How long have we tried for?
Years now.
Yeah. Well, our
Yes.
next dinner that we go on, we're going to work on it. That.
Well,
'Cause we got-
honestly, we have to.
the
we have
J
to
Dog,
bring-
the J Dog's coming. He bought the dinner, and he even gave Josh Fenwick some of the unhammered beer today, because of he works at it with Mizey, Brent Myers, the unhammered non-alcoholic beer, because he's on the wagon for the month of January.
Oh,
yeah.
I did that.
Yeah.
I did that too every January, and I still ended up in rehab. So doesn't work very well. I caught up in the following months, and I succeeded.
Good stuff, Duke. We'll work on this bath thing for you, though. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. Kevin Karius, Ladislav Speed, Duke of Delburne, and Josh Fenwick on that.
He even like washes
Well, they wash themselves. But
Yeah. Are you supposed to?
No, you're not supposed to wash cats.
Cats, no.
No.
So that's why if they're that's why your bathtub
hit
is
him with
filthy.
Just hit him with the pressure washer.
Yeah.
Take all the hair right off.
So that's
of
why
him.
his bathtub is filthy. They probably do their business in there. So yeah.
We're back. We're back after the break.
Mr. Rooter goes skiing. Sick gear, Mr. Rooter. Are you ready to hit the slopes?
Not yet. I need to report a possible crime.
Oh no, what's happening?
I saw a bunch of hooligans discussing shredding the half pipe. As a plumber, I've taken the Hippocratic oath to do no harm and act in the best interests of all pipes, whether PVC, copper, or otherwise.
It's made of snow, Mr. Rooter.
No, things are worse than I had feared.
There's no better plumber than Mr. Rooter.
At Fountain Tire, success is a team effort. They're committed to their team members and their customers. And that means treating your vehicle like it's their own and finding solutions that suit your needs. Because whatever the road brings ahead, they're on it with you. Visit fountaintire.com today.
The new double cheesy melt at McDonald's. We're talking 2 juicy, mouth-watering 100% Canadian beef patties, 2 slices of cheesy goodness, with even more melty, cheesy sauce on top. Topped with pickles, then crispy and grilled onions. The way it all comes together, you don't just eat it, you melt into it. The double cheesy melt, only at McDonald's. for a limited time only at participating McDonald's restaurants in Canada.
Do you sit around at work listening to sports radio all day? That's right, my friend. There's no shame in it. It's the good life. And we're not here to snitch. Say, if your company advertised on Sports 1440, you could be the one listening for your company's ad every day. Now you've got an excuse to listen to Sports 1440 all day. It's part of the job. Sounds like someone's getting a promotion. Email Gregor at sports1440.ca. And let's get to work for you.
It's the best Honda, it's the place for service too. I love my Honda place. Would you buy?
From the local rinks to homes and businesses across the province, Alberta's rural natural gas utilities are here to fuel life affordably, reliably, and safely. We're members of the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops, providing natural gas to keep our rural neighborhoods warm and connected every day. It's local, dependable, and it's ours. To learn more about the Federation of Alberta Gas Co-ops and our members, and how natural gas fuels your community, visit fedgas.com. Alberta's energy. Game on.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, welcome back to the big program. One thing that Neil has just texted in regarding Duke's philosophy on these jets that, they're bringing in the water. Neil says, cycling the water, you realize it's just the water that's in the tub and firing it back out again.
Unless you have a filter like in the hot tub. Yeah, you're recycling the same water.
So hypothetically, we should invent that. That sounds like a good idea.
So like that's a shitty point that you just mentioned, and he called you out.
But once
so
again,
it makes no sense.
So a jacuzzi tub, they're okay. A real hot tub, like you said, filter and all that jazz. That's more my speed.
I have a real hot tub.
At your house?
Yeah.
You never invite me over?
Where you're filthy now.
I'll shower before I come.
Been in the pig barn.
I'll shower before
exactly.
I come.
Now
Promise.
you raise some question marks on my list.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that's so he's a high class now.
Oh yeah, man, we got lots of texts about this. Too bad we're
well, just couple.
Well,
Give me couple.
X-Ray says this is the top 10 list. Top 10 has to make the top 10 for the show. Incredible entertainment. There's a few from Coach Al that I can't say about Duke on the air. But I'll say to Laddie once the shows are over. And then real hot tubs are cleaner because of all the chemicals, not the filter. I agree. That's so like you put all that stuff in, right, Laddie? Is it outdoor? It's outdoor.
It's outdoor. Yes, we do. Like it, almost too much chemical sometimes.
Well,
like it dries out your skin. Like,
exactly.
Like, but you're not in a tub for too long. Like 20, 25 minutes. Like nice. Like just think about like a hot girl there with you. We don't do it enough with my wife because we have 3 kids.
Laddie,
but if you're single,
not all of us live in these giant homes off of the golf course that you have a bathtub. What bathtub in a standard home fits 2 people in it?
Even
if you're stacking them,
So you're like against each other and you're touching.
Yes.
I'm talking
Why can't you just do that in the shower?
You're playing.
Why can
footsie.
you not just do that?
You
in the
can get a
shower?
little action started there, like a little pregame.
Like,
pregame,
Laddie,
and then
you got the heart-shaped bathtub? You got
no, I don't have that.
Oh yeah,
you have a heart-shaped bathtub.
It's a heart because it's the double.
So you can.
It's
even
that. And that's not the standard. Not
gotta
survey.
talk to my
survey
wife now.
100 people. How many have a 2-person double heart-shaped bathtub? The answer is 1. It's Kevin Karius.
My wife would love to take a bath with us, but with me, with me and Kevin, yeah, sure. No, with me, but our little guy would try to be there too. So like we cannot do it, but she would probably love it. So when we're gonna get rid of him, to send him to our in-laws, maybe we can do that a little romantic time. You know?
Just really quick, this is not an intentional change of conversation. I just wanted to mention it before we're done because you're talking about your kids, lad. He saw you guys on the broadcast the other night.
What broadcast?
The Oilers broadcast. Gene was talking about it when you brought the kids in and got some pictures with Nuge and some of the other guys.
Leon, yeah. It was.
So
awesome.
I just wanted to mention that because I saw you on the TV.
Man, it was so nice of Gene. Like he came and out of nowhere, like start chatting with me. Then this all happened, and then later that night, he's like, "Hey, can you send me a picture of Junior, Zane, and Nuge?" So I did that, and they put it on the TV and showed the video. Like my boys were over the moon, and they couldn't believe how nice the guys are.
Mm-hmm.
Leon came and like Leo, I was like, "Hey man," he's like, "Hey," and he didn't know that those are my kids. As soon as I said that, he's like, gloves off. My younger son tried to give him a hug and he didn't realize that. So he's like, and then he got sad and Leon like gloves off and he gave him the biggest hug. We got in a car. He's like, "My God, Dad." He's like one of the best players in the world, and he's like the nicest. I was like, "Yeah, guys, they're not a-holes, man. Like they're just a normal human beings, just good at hockey, but they're great guys." And Nucci was so nice too. All of them, they fist bumps. Like everybody was so nice. I'm like, that's what makes it even better when the guy knows how to play hockey and he is a great human being outside.
Good stuff, laddie. Good
Great
show.
stuff.
Lots of great comments on the text line. They want you to have your own show, a couple guys. I don't know.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it without you.
You're already booking the guests, so you might as well.
I couldn't do it without you guys. You make me better.
Oh,
we push
thanks,
each
big
other.
guy. We had lots.
I
of
love
fun
you
today.
guys.
We'll see you next week, big guy.
Yeah,
Unless
see you
you're on
next
the road
week.
somewhere. Yep. For sure. Well, we'll probably see you Monday at the skate before that.
Yes, sir.
All righty. We're not going to run down the whole list here, but top of the hour it is Fantasy Frenzy. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, Nisku, South Edmonton, your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Yeah. Good luck tonight. Laddie says the Critters and New Sarepta. We'll see you there for sure with Eddie Steele on defense. Thanks, everyone, for listening. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Game day for the Edmonton Oilers. They're in Winnipeg taking on the Jets. Connor McDavid riding a 16-game point streak. The Jets winless in their past 10. Puck drop scheduled for 6 o'clock. Pre-game coverage beginning right here on Sports 1440 at 5:11. Other games around the NHL, including Boston hosting Calgary, Vancouver in Detroit, Florida taking on Montreal. Panthers will be without Brad Marchand in that one. Toronto plays the Flyers. Rangers host Buffalo to MSG, and Colorado facing the Senators. News out of the NFL this morning. Miami Dolphins firing head coach Mike McDaniel. Been with the team for the past 4 seasons, making the playoffs in each of the first 2. And at the college ranks, semifinal of the playoff kicking off tonight in Arizona with the Fiesta Bowl. Ole Miss taking on Miami with a berth in the national championship on the line, kicking off at 5:30. Just 4 games in the association. Charlotte hosting Indiana, Miami in Chicago to take on the Bulls. Minnesota plays Cleveland, and the Jazz welcome in the Mavericks. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brendan Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports